This is the. We're just chatting for a bit. Let me upload my shit. Good shit, me. Can't even fucking. Gas me up. What have I said no? What have I refused? Kotowaru. I read like a single thing. Fuck. I gotta get sturdy. That's all I read for a second. I was like, what? Twitch.tv. Hold on, I'm selling myself out. Weeaboo underscore Ren. There you go. Put it there. You know what's funny? I didn't even do anything for my 1 year of streaming affiliated. Old man me. I have not done anything yet. I don't even know what I want to do for a 1 year thing. I would like to have something planned, but I literally can't think of anything to plan. Oh, and if you're wondering why we're not going straight into the game, and I'm just like, this is the chatting portion of it. Cause hey, guess we have to re-download the shit again. Cause when you mod your Switch, there could be an issue with getting onto your game again. Only because it's like, yeah, we ran into an error with the software. We're just gonna need you to re-download everything. And I'm like, all right, cool. nothing bad happens. My files don't get erased or anything. It just happens. Therefore, it exists. I need to cut my nails when I get the chance. I've been having this thought in my head for a while of just doing a just chatting stream. Like, I just get on, chat for like maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. Depends on like how well the chat's going and shit. Um, but I want like more interactive, you know? I really need to cut my nails. So once my nails get like a certain length, and then I see that they're a certain length, I start getting like, I don't know if that's paranoia or not, but it starts to bother me. So I'm like thinking like, damn, my nails are long, and like it just, I start feeling weird with my long nails. Like I start now being like, I'm acknowledging it, so like I know my nails are long, and like I could feel it long or some shit like that. You know what I mean? It's weird, but it's a dumb feeling, and that's why I cut my nails. If you haven't noticed, or if you don't know. Oh, and like I guess for the just chatting streams, right? I got an idea of like what we could talk about. Always, I'll just be like, how my week's going, and like what has literally went through for a week, and like what's new in my life. The only thing that would possibly be new in my life, I'll just probably be telling you like, this is the game I'm playing off screen because I don't want to stream it. Blah 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 blah. Or I could show you like what I bought recently, which would be an Android. And I'll just put like a PNG or like a fucking picture, a JPEG, like on my screen and be like, yeah, this is what I got. And then I can show you like in real life. I'll show you like what it looks like and shit. I can take it out the box, show you there like that. All pictures. Only because I have only. Well, I have two cameras, but I mostly would like to still use my regular camera for my model, my avatar. Uh, because I would literally like right now. This is just me chatting because we're waiting for the shit to download. Right now, the premise of like what I would definitely talk about is my fucking bookshelf that I recently bought, bro. I kid you not. I bought this bookshelf and I was so excited for this shit to arrive. It arrived, in the fucking morning, mind you. It arrived with my Barnes and Noble purchases of a bunch of mangas that I purchased. So I had to haul this heavy ass bookshelf in the box and my fucking what's it called? My Barnes and Noble package from downstairs. I live on the third floor. From downstairs all the way back upstairs. And I literally woke up at like 10 something. That shit arrived at like 9 something. I woke up at like 10. Like it just got to be 10 or maybe like a little bit like a few minutes after 10. And I'm just like, I gotta bring this up, man. So I literally went downstairs. I saw my phone and it said that it got delivered. Went downstairs, brought my shit up, and I came up. Then I was like, all right, I know what I'm doing. And for like, from maybe 11 to 2. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. 11 to like 1-ish. 1 in a few minutes. I was just making or building my fucking my bookshelf. And let me tell you, dear God, I fucking love it. It literally conserved so much space for my books and like my figures. One day I'll take a picture of it and then I'll show it off. One day. Cuz I really am proud of it. So I'm literally willing to show it off. And like, whatchamacallit, you're not, my model's gonna freak out for a bit because I'm looking the other way. But, I would, show you, like, what I have, all this shit. Bookshelf reveal. I'll show, like, what mangas I have on there. I have been buying mangas for the longest time now. It's a bunch of Nendoroids, and then Nendoroids, too. You'll see literally them all being like Hololive related. My VTuber lust over them, my Oshis. You'll also see my Gintama books that I just recently got. My my Bleach books that I'm finally starting to buy again because I had like a few of them. Like I had a few set. What else? My other books. And then, like, on the top shelf, you can see, like, all these other books that I have, but I don't think I'm gonna invest more books or get more books for those series. Not yet, at least. Maybe in the future I will. Just right now, no. I have not been reading your shit. I mean, I have been, but I have been just talking for the most part. I'd watch a Just Chatting stream. Good. I just need some topics to talk about, you know? My ass will gas it up because as always I go off topic. I will probably do it on like certain, like I'll probably like organize topics of it, just because I like to be organized about shit like that. The shelf reveal. I remember seeing both sides of your room. Well, I mean, seeing the wall, I guess. You don't see the full room because you're only seeing like a portion of the room. You know, like, you're seeing the corner of the room. I have more space to the other side over there. But yeah, so when I used to do face cam. And I was just kind of tired of face cam. Hence why I went for the VTuber vibes. And I've been loving my VTuber model for the past fucking... How many... I think I did this... I started doing this in... September? I think this is when I started doing my VTuber stuff. September, around there. My window was to my right. I think it mirrored, so I'm not sure which direction was right. Well, it finally downloaded, so we're back on some Phoenix Wright. We can now jump into it. It was like 10 minutes of talking. Guess who's also dying? Me. Your boy is sick. Again. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Who will be this year's Grand Prix champion? Oh, this is what last week we saw. Who will be our hero of heroes? Who will be last year's runner-up, Jam and Ninja, or maybe Captain Siphon, all the way from level bleh. Students of a certain star school are raring to go in, and the global hero, I cannot pronounce that, doesn't want to go home without a prize. The old Lady Luck is with all our heroes tonight. And now, The winner of the 3rd annual Hero of Heroes Grand Prix is me. Nickel Samurai. Whoa, the true hero of the night has appeared. Looks like this year's Grand Prix goes to the Fantastic Warrior, the Nickel Samurai. Too bad, Jammin' Ninja. Looks like the title eluded you again this year. Oh, I need to fix the setup right now, because this is not supposed to be over here. Oh, I pushed too hard. Hey, fellas, don't push too hard or you're going to get hurt. There you go. Nope, not there you go. Okay, there you go. Like, my desk is, like, all the way over here. What the fuck? I was like, why does my desk feel, like, weirdly too far over here in a certain, like, distance? Alright. March 20th, 7:42 p.m., Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. I'm gonna try my best to, like, read, because my throat is killing me and it hurts. But I'm trying my best. I wish I knew. You knew about what? Alright, yes. Did you hear that, Nick? Did you? The Nickel Samurai, he did it. Yeah, he sure did. I'm getting too old for this. That's a bad ad. I'm proud of the guy for doing the series justice. So the person everyone was shooting for, I guess he got the prize. You are correct. I need a tissue. My nose is being runny. You know who you're talking about, right, Pearly? The Nickel Samurai. No, every Sunday I only watch the educational channel's Kids Masterpiece Theater. Oh, that's it. From now on, it's the Nickel Samurai. All the kids watch it. Do you like the Nickel Samurai too, Mr. Nick? Nah, Nick's an old fart, so he's not allowed to watch it anymore. Fucking at myself. That's right. But I do like Kids Masterpiece Theater. Hey, I didn't know you were so young at heart, Nick. Nick, you're a grown-up. You're not allowed to watch anymore. You're supposed to act your age and have interest at match. Stop adding me, Pearls. It's very important. Give it a rest, Pearly. Looks like I made the right choice in inviting everyone here. Powers is back, by the way. I'm glad you're all having a good time. It's like a dream. Too bad for the Jammin' Ninja, though. Last year, he lost to the Pink Princess, warrior of the little old Tokyo. I thought this might be his year. Yeah. Oh, hey, did anyone else think that the Jammin' Ninja looked a bit different today? Different? What do you mean? Well, he wasn't carrying his bright red guitar. Hey, you're right. Strange he'd walk around without his signature guitar. I will never understand these people and their shows. Oh, and Mr. Prowse, thank you very much for tonight. Phoenix is currently me when people talk about, like, real shows. I'm just like, I don't get it. And then it's when it comes to anime, I'm like, oh boy, what's up? I got you. Oh shit. How did I click that? Wait, what? Oh, I see how I clicked it. My my left Joy-Con, like, tapped it. Yeah, it tapped it. I'm dying, Scoops. Alright, Mr. Powers, thank you very much for tonight. I was nothing, I owe you one, so it's just my way of saying thanks. Hey Nick, come on. It's time to get going to the lobby. There's a post-ceremony, there's a post-ceremony stage show that's supposed to start real soon. Me being sick, and then having the inability to read is gonna be great today. And then I heard there's going to be a press conference after that. Press conference? Is he going to make a speech about winning this year's prize? Oh, well, not exactly. Something about the Nickel Samurai confessing something. Confessing? Sounds pretty serious. Hey, come on! You don't want us to be the last ones there, do you? Yeah, Mr. Nick, do you? Why me? The show doesn't even start for another 20 minutes. Well, Powers. Oh, we're not even up to this part yet. Fuck me. Thank you much for inviting us today. It was nothing, really. Guys like us don't get to come to a place like this often, so I thought I'd invite you. Hey, Mr. Sparrows, what have you been up to lately? Well, since the Pink Princess successfully wrapped up last month, I've been on a kids' exercise show, while wearing a rabbit mask over my face. Oh, I see. I'm still really sorry about all the headache I caused you that time, Mr. Wright. Well, what's done is done. So let's forget about it. This is Will Powers, he's an action star. His popularity exploded when he was a Steel Samurai, and he was the first case Maya worked on with me. It's too bad you look scary, or people would know you're a real softie who's good with kids. Thanks. Nickel Samurai. Can't believe they're going to make a movie based on the Nickel Samurai. Can't believe it either, but for a different reason. Steel Samurai, an epic story of one hero and his desperate fight against his arch nemesis, the evil magistrate, in the city of Neo Tokyo. Last year, they started a new series, the Nickel Samurai. New series seems to be a hit with the kids, too. I'm really attached to the Steel Samurai as a show, so I was hoping that maybe I'd get the chance to do something in this new one. Yeah, it's too bad. It's been, it'd be awesome to see you with the new actor, Matt Ungard. He's super popular right now. Mr. Ungard. Looks like Pearls doesn't know who he is. This year is going to be the Nickel Samurai versus the Jammin' Ninja at the box office. Jammin' Ninja? Who's that again? So who is this Jammin' Ninja again? He's a hero, duh. His symbol is the bright red guitar he's always carrying. A ninja who's always carrying around a bright red guitar. How does that even work? Jammin' Ninja. With a scarf around his neck and a guitar in hand, he raises the stardom in the ancient time. A ninja who becomes a star. Yeah, a ninja who becomes a star. There's a strong rivalry between the two of them. Global Studios Nickel Samurai and Worldwide Studios Jammin' Ninja. They even air at the same time. You know what I heard? I heard those two don't get along at all. Nickel Samurai's on guard, and the guy who plays the Jammin' Ninja, I mean. Nickel Samurai speaks French. Oh, you mean Matt on guard, the actor. I guess even the world of heroes isn't a sparkling happy place. Yeah. Alright, we could go to the hallway, I think. Okay. Wow, what is with the place? Looks like I've stumbled into Oz or something. Way in the back, there's a sign for the bathroom. Maybe I should visit it while I can before the show starts. What? Hold up. Move to hallway. Examine everything if you want to pass time, otherwise move back to the old hall. Okay. Oh, okay. Finally, the post-ceremony show is about to start. Alright. I'm so pumped. I wonder if he's going to show off his special move today, Nickel Samurai Smelting. Actually, what I'm interested in most is the press conference. You mean the big confession Nickel Samurai is going to make after the show. So, what is it? Don't you know what it's about, Mr. Powers? Oh, well, I'm not the Steel Samurai anymore, so I don't have any idea. Ah. Sorry. So I guess you are all going to the press conference then. Yeah, of course. If that's the case, then here, take these tickets so you can get in. Thank you very much. Well, let's get going to the lobby. Looks like it's over this way, Mr. Nick. Okay, for your great justice. Only a really gaudy hotel would have such a large gaudy lobby to match. I think they're going to have the post-ceremony show over there. They're using a compact stage, I see. Oh, I'm all ready to use my special samurai power. Maya looks like she's ready to start a fight. Your attention please, your attention please. The Nickel Samurai's post-ceremony stage show will not be held tonight due to an unforeseen circumstances. What? Why? Oh, you didn't have to pinch me. Pinch yourself if you don't believe it. We're asking for everyone's cooperation at this time, so please stay where you are. A special request from the police. Police? Did they just say the police? Do you want me to go check out what's going on? Wait, I'll come with you. Breeze, you two, didn't you hear the announcement just now? I just finished telling you not to move. That voice, I heard that voice somewhere before. Oh, see, youth these days can't be bothered to listen to other people when they talk. Just the other day... I'll let her go on. This is non-stop chatter. It can't be. Miss Oldbag? What is it? You young whippersnappers, do I know you? Wait, you're Powers, aren't you? Yeah, about what happened back then. You didn't even get nominated this year, did you? Oh, that's right, you're doing the children's exercise program, trying to play nice. Yeah, that's me. Thankfully, I still have a job. Love that show, and you're a hoot. You're the big brother character, right? Yes, even when okay, she's getting one. This is one of the reasons I hate Oldback. She just constantly just chatters, bro. What are you doing here? Look at my uniform. Tell me you can't tell I'm a member of security. But that outfit. Annoying, noisy brats, get the blaster. Miss Obag, what are you doing here? What happened to your position in Global Studios? Oh, that old place? Well, since that incident, they've been letting people go. When they cut the security team, I got the pink slip. What incident? What did he do? I didn't do anything, you youngin'. Don't you remember that incident a year ago? When this lady got on the witness stand and testified? Yeah. Weren't you the one who was bullying me, this fragile girl at heart? I plead the fifth. But you know, I think maybe I rubbed the upper management the wrong way by testifying. Yes, that has to be it. Everything is all your fault. Me? Thought about being a bodyguard first after being handed an old pinky. You, bodyguard. For your friend, the fiery, good-looking guy with the red jacket with the ruffles. Mr. Edgeworth. But that sort of arrangement would be entirely too troublesome for me. That's what he said to me. What did I ever do to deserve that? So did something happen? I don't have all the details, but it looks like another one of those incidents happened again. An incident? Like a murder kind of incident? Maybe. You see, I'm a bit of a devilish woman. So, wherever I go, showers of blood are sure to follow. Bet you didn't know that. Then shouldn't you quit being a security guard, at least for the other people's sake? Sound like whippersnapper. Hey, Nick. What is it? I don't like that devilish smile playing on your lips. Let's make like we're going to the bathroom and check things out. No way. The police told us not to go anywhere, remember? Huh? How boring. You're such a boring guy. You got no motivation, no spirit. Huh? What's going on? Are you giving Mystic Maya trouble again, Mr. Nick? Not you two, Pearls. Please don't stick your little nose into this one. So listen to this, Pearly. This one time at lawyer camp, Nick. Okay, I get it. Let's go take a look. Yay. I knew you couldn't say no to me, Nick. That's right. You walk over miles of hot coals for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you, Mr. Nick? That would be every time we work at a case together. Create a story. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go already. You can come along too, Pearly. Goody. I get to come. There's nothing really out in the ordinary here. But the incident that the old lady was talking about doesn't look like it happened here. Well, we better go to like somewhere else. Alright then, let's try. Excuse me. Ah. Are you by chance Miss Maya Fey? I think you told me this before. Like what you're saying, Sly. I think you said this before to me. Like a week ago or so. Yeah, that's me. You have a phone call waiting for you at the front desk. A call? Wonder if it's someone from Crane Village. What's wrong, Mr. Maya? Oh, nothing. You guys go on ahead, and I'll be right there, okay? Okay. Right this way, Miss Faye. Let's go look somewhere else now, Mr. Nick. Yeah, okay. It's a little exciting and a little scary. Alright. I told you. I get people the info they want, which means that I've got a right to know. Nope, don't care who you are, pal. We're still investigating, so you can't go in. What's your problem? Just you wait. It'll be all over in the morning paper. Scarfy Detective's secret scandal revealed. You'll see. I'll get you back. Those two sound pretty serious. The southern accent can only mean, hey, Wright. Hey, Lotta. Come on, do a gal a favor and tell the cop I'm just doing my job and I got rights. Ah, you. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Hey, pal, help a guy out. Tell her that only the police are allowed here. This is the scene of a murder, so she should leave this to us pros. A murder? Ah, shoot, me and my big mouth. See, I knew it. My gut instinct told me so. I always trust my gut. A murder is... A murder, said, and that's what it is. A genuine murder. I didn't get in details if I told you. You told me this. Like, you guys fought, and that's how you became friends. And I was like, no. You literally also state that it was like a One Piece thing. Ah, fuck. Hold up. My arm is like itching on this one spot. Ooh, that felt good. Okay. Hey, wait. Yeehaw, murder of a big star, no less. Oh man, I'm in trouble now. What happened? Excuse me, whoa. Damn, I did. We love to relive an expired memory. What? I never heard of it phrased like that. We love to relive an expired memory. The fact that you put expired in it. Tell Detective Gumshoe a murder. Ah, no, that's not it. I got my facts mixed up for a second there, pal. Mr. Nick, is that person the Nickel Samurai? Huh? Why do you ask? Well, Mystic Mine was rooting for him, so... It wasn't the Nickel Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickel Samurai is the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off. What? The guy that died was this hero named the Jammin' Ninja, pal. The Jammin' Ninja. Not a heart. Whoa. That woman with the big puffy hair that looks like cotton candy. You mean Lotta? That woman. She was there that time too, right? That time. When Mystic Mind did that channeling. Oh, that time. Well, Lotta's a journalist, so that's why she was there. Journalist. Looks like she was hanging around here before the murder happened. Hanging around. Yeah, hiding in wait in front of the Jammin' Ninja's door, pal. But why would she? Why would she? She wouldn't tell me, pal. Just said something about getting my big scoop. Scoop? What sort of news could she be after? The victim. Word so expired works. Expired is like... How do I phrase it now? To me, when you say expired, I'm thinking of like... It's so old that its relevance would just be like, what? Or like, it would have been repeated. Expired milk. Alright, my bad. The victim was Jammin' Ninja. Mr. Jammin' Ninja. He was on a really popular rival TV show to the Nickel Samurai. Oh. The victim was the action star Juan Corrida. Corrida? He got a huge push and rode the express train to stardom. I mean, even I know who he is. Yeah, even I recognize his face. But I heard lately that Matt on Guard's been taking the wind out of his sail. I'm telling you, pal, as far as who's popular, these two are hogging all the limelight. That's just no space for Mr. Power at all, huh? Poor guy. Mr. On Guard, that's the Nickel Samurai, right? Yep. I mean, no, you got to say it with more oomph. The Nickel Samurai. Anyway, so now that that Juan Corrida is gone, that means Mr. On Guard has the whole stage to himself, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't be on it, pal. We can't have that happen, you know? Can't have that happen. What's that supposed to mean, I wonder? Hold up, sorry, my eye's itching. Okay. The Nickel Samurai, he really took the Grand Prix tonight. Maya's a big fan of his. Really? Oh, I'm sorry then. Why are you sorry? Man on Guard was just arrested, pal. Excuse me. On suspicion of murdering Juan Corrida. What? Why was Mr. On Guard arrested? Sorry, pal, but that's not something I can tell you. We just started the investigation, so we don't want any leaks. Looks like yet another Steel Samurai hero is on the hot water. Mr. Nick, if Mr. Maya knew about this, yeah, I know. She'd make me think this case, I know. Alright. Move to the lobby, or the hall. Into the lobby. Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright? Looks like Juan Corrida has been killed. What? Looks like he was murdered and the suspect was arrested. This is good music to just have to like a murder just being revealed. Alright. He was murdered! Fucking let's go! Excuse me. The suspect is Mr. Matt on guard. On guard. You're joking, right? Nope. They arrested the Nickel Samurai on suspicion of murdering the Diamond Ninja. Oh, not again. I feel sick. There were times where I wanted... I don't even want to read it. Every time I read something so cryptic, I literally am just like, I just stop. It's always from you. There's times I would read your shit in silence. But I'm just like, I don't want this coming out my mouth right now. Not that I think it's gonna be bad in the future for me, but it's just like, the fuck is with you, bro? Again? About a year ago, something just like this happened, Pearls. Still can't believe. No way, Matt would. What's Mr. Proud got in his hand? Oh, before I forget, this is for you, Mr. Wright. I got this from the bellboy that came by earlier. For me, but why? I don't know. All he said was it was for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney. Alright. Man Juan. Matt is the most energetic and active actor out there right now. Nickel Samurai really sealed his place as a pop idol, but he kept adding fuel to the fire of his rivalry with Juan anyway. I think that was a new expression or emote for powers. Mr. Juan, he's a Jammin' Ninja, right? Those two would butt heads over everything they could think of. But I'd say that Matt was the one who almost always came out on top. I guess some people only know how to relate to others by butting heads like a ram. Juan said that he'd take Matt on this time too, so he joined a rival TV show. And that was the Jammin' Ninja. The stylish Nickel Samurai and the Burning Jammin' Ninja. Well, things turned messy real fast with those two using their shows for their war. And the final tally looked around, it's pretty obvious how things ended up. Matt even won the Grand Prix this year, the final win over his rival, I guess. Press conference. What? If you're wondering what I just said what to, it's what you stated right now. Mr. On Guard was going to hold a press conference, wasn't he? That's what I heard. No, if you wanted to get technical about it, it was the Nickel Samurai's conference. Nickel Samurai's? Yeah, he was supposed to wear his costume and give the press conference that way. He was going to be in costume, but why? I'm not sure. They don't keep me in the loop anymore. I was just wondering, where's Mystic Maya? She's been gone a long time. Now that she mentions it, Maya was only going to answer a phone call. Maybe she got lost. I'll take a quick look around for her. Why? What is it, Mr. Nick? Huh? I'm not sure. It's coming from the transceiver. Yes, hello, right here. This is Mr. Phoenix, Wright, the attorney. And you are? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as... Help, Nick! Because I think they're very cool. Valid reason, valid reason. Mr. Maya! So, Mr. Wright, wouldn't you agree that the more important issue is the fate of the girl? Her fate? Does he mean what I think he means? Fuck the shitty ones. Maya, where are you? Are you hurt? Come now. Don't fall apart on me yet. No, this can't be. Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney, I have a modest proposal for you. If you do what I require, then I will return to you your valuable item unharmed. What is this called? What is this called again in your fancy lawyer terms? Kidnapping for ransom. Yes, that's it. This is a kidnapping. Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. My sight, excuse me, fuck. My sight, everything's fading away. Maya's been kidnapped. Something, you there? Mr. Attorney, are you there? How much do you want? Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp of the situation. Hurry up and say your condition, and then return Maya. Money's not what I seek. What? What I want is a certain verdict. I would like a complete acquittal. Complete acquittal? What in the world have you done to need? I'm not the person you will be representing. What? You are currently at the Gatewater Hotel, are you not? I know that a murder has just taken place there. Juan Corrida was killed and the suspect is Matt on guard. You are, as expected, quite in the top of things, Mr. Attorney. Now then, what I want is very simple. I want you to obtain a complete acquittal for Matt on guard. Matt on guard, but why? He did not kill anyone, I can attest to that. However, what? However, someone is framing him for the murder. Very smart someone who is setting him up to take the fall. If I agree and do what he wants, can I believe he will keep his end of the bargain? You are, of course, at liberty to take me at my word, or not. However, there is one thing you can take as a fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me, in my possession. Help! Nick! Maya. You have 2 days. Of course, tonight he will be in questioning with the police. But the trial is in 2 days. At that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you only have one chance. One chance for Mr. Attorney. One, you expect me to get a not guilty in one trial day? Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you, so don't let me down. Okay. Oh, yes, that's right. Now that I am playing the role of the kidnapper, I can pass up this chance to say, and don't even think about calling the cops. Not great, but you get the idea. Damn it. Who the hell are you? Very well, I'll tell you that much. My name is the Killer. Is the Killer. Mr. Nick, where is Mystic Maya? She's been kidnapped. No, it's all my fault. If only I had gone with Mystic Maya. It's not your fault, Pearls. But it is. Mystic Maya, Wayne. Mr. Wright, I think we should tell the police what's going on. No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what will happen to Maya. Mr. Nick, what about the detective we saw earlier? Detective Gumshoe. Yes, that's it. Wait here. I'll be right back. Alright. I'll take care of Pearl while you're away. What? Ransom? It's a spoiler to what? Hold up. How are you gonna say, can I ask something? It's a spoiler though. What are you asking about that's spoiler? Give me like the context at least. Shh, not so loud. About Phoenix? Okay. I mean, you want it to be spoiler? I technically know a certain area of like when I would not know something about Phoenix. When he changes his clothes or something, you know? When he becomes a bum? And a complete equitable for Matt on guard. Like very late on. I think that's like the 4th or 5th game. It's when what's his name becomes the attorney that you play as. Fuck, what's his name? Apollo. It's when you play as Apollo. He's the one who like teaches him how to like be a lawyer. Wait, the deal is complete. The deal is a complete adequate in exchange for Maya. You mean? Then this means Matt on guard is obviously the killer, pal. No doubt about it. But the guy said that Mr. on guard is innocent. You really believe that a kidnapper? What a kidnapper tells? I guess he has a point. If on guard really is innocent, then why the kidnapping? On top of everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding, huh? The forensics team's having a field day back there. But it's strange. There's so much evidence that it feels like something's wrong. There's too much evidence. Is that possible? Actually, didn't the kidnapper say something about on guard being set up? Anyway, it looks like you won't be leaving here tonight, pal. Just sit tight and cooperate with the investigation. Tomorrow you can start yours. Alright, isn't there another way? We've also got careful. We've also got to be careful about pushing the kidnapper the wrong way. You're right. Okay, never mind. I thought this current game would be the reason he is like that later on. Turns out it's still much further. It's like 5th or... Yeah, it's like the 4th or 5th game. It's definitely when Apollo it's when Apollo is the character for the whole thing. That's when Phoenix is like the bum status. My leg itches. Date, time, and location. Ow, my head. Where am I? I wonder if I'm still in that hotel. What happened to me? Nick, Pearly. Come on, you guys. This isn't funny anymore. I see you have awoken. Ah! Who are you? Me? I am known as the killer. The killer? You mean, like, an assassin? I'm too young to die. Don't worry. You are not my target. For now, anyway. Ah, Nick, where are you? Help me. Yes, that's right. Only one person can save you now, and that is Mr. Phoenix Wright. Huh? What? Nick's going to save me? Calm down and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction. Business transaction? I'm going to contact him now. I hope you'll cooperate and play your assigned role well. Nick. What's going to happen to me? Nick, Pearly. Sis. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I am going to play the Great Ace Attorney once all these, the mainline, Phoenix Wrights are done. I know I'm going to include the Miles Edwards game. I don't know if I'm going to include the second one. I know for sure I'm doing the first one. I don't know if the second one is going to be included. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have the things... Okay, this is how it's initiated. Good morning. Ah, morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, come on. Let's hurry and go see Mr. On Guard. We have to wait a bit, Pearls. Visiting hours don't start until 9 a.m., so... Oh, I see. Miss Maya, if only I had gone with you. Poor Pearls. She's been like this since last night. We managed to get home somehow yesterday evening. Thanks to Detective Gumshoe gently holding her by the hand and leading her here. But by the looks of it, I don't think Pearls got any sleep at all last night. Mr. Nick, Miss Maya, she's alright, right? Yeah, she's alright. Either way, I'm going to save her. You can trust me on that. Please help her. I'm only able to stay this calm and collected because Pearls is doing the crying for the both of us. Alright. What did I want to mention? This is the last trial for this game. So we're gonna be in the 3rd game in 2 weeks, as long as nothing interrupts next Saturday. So we could do the 3rd game. The 3rd game has like 4, 5 trials also. I say by the time we're done with the third game, it should be maybe. What are we right now? We're gonna be in March next week, right? Okay, March 3rd. Is it 3rd? I don't remember. So around we're gonna finish this game in the next on March for sure. That's what it is. And we start the next game in March. And I want to assume I think I'll finish it by mid to end April. Again, if there's no, stops in between them. Then we're gonna go straight into. I'm not sure if he goes Miles Edgeworth's game or if it's the 4th game yet. At that point, but definitely we'll. That's where it's gonna be completely new territory for me, like 100%. All right. And honestly speaking, I will probably play with a guide, only to make the game a little bit easier. Just in the investigation part. Like, I won't use the guide when it comes to, like, doing the trials, because that I want to, like, actually, try to, like, connect everything for myself. But for the most part, I want to, like, use the guide during the trials. That way, it's, like, it's more steadier, and we could just kind of go, like, in a good pace. Then when it comes to the trials, that's where I can put my brain to work. Alright, let's see. The game returns to company for you. Now, talk to Pearl. What to do? I have a thought. Huh? You're going to represent Mr. On Guard, aren't you? Yeah, I don't really seem to have a choice. But what if he is the real murderer? What would you do then, Mr. Nick? Would you fight to get not guilty for murder to save Mystic Maya? Pearls. Let's talk to Mr. On Guard first, okay? We could think of all the bad things we want, but it doesn't change a thing. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I can't stop thinking about it. My situation. Pearls, you're really worried about Maya, aren't you? I don't have anyone else left in this world. What do you mean? My family's all gone. Her family. My father, he left my mother and the village behind and went away. I'm sorry. And my mother, she did that thing, all for me. Mystic Maya, she's like a sister to me. She's all I have left in this world. Poor Pearls. I think now we can go to the detention center. Alright. We couldn't wait for visiting hours to start, so Pearls and I came down here early to visit one nickel samurai charged with the murder of Jam Ninja. Good morning. How are you today? I know the situation might be a little tough for you. We're... Oh, sorry, dude. I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago, because my job is, Oh, no. We're not insurance sales people. Huh? Dude, I really don't need that right now, either. Fire extinguishers. I mean, this building isn't my house, so... No. We're not here to sell you fire extinguishers, either. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. A lawyer. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay? The Nickel Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he? I think strange is an understatement. Sorry about that. You're just in time. Huh? You're a lawyer dude, right? My manager's looking for a good one right now, so how about it? Mr. Nick, this is our chance. I have to make him let me take this case. I have to. Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you a few personal questions. That's okay. But dude, my autobiography is coming out soon, so if I say stuff without the publisher's approval, then I'm gonna be in a real hot water. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my publisher, okay? This guard is so lucky. He has so many people he can talk to. I don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like I thought, the publisher said it'd be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? Mr. Guard, I would like to ask you about the murder. Oh, are you covering this for a tabloid as a side job, dude? Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. No, I'm not asking on behalf of the tabloid. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the president of the studio, okay? It's here, right, Mr. Nick? We're talking about Mr. Ongar's brain here. I wouldn't put my money on it. Sorry about that. The studio president said, even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows that I'm not the murderer. Mr. Nick? What's Neo Mount Fuji? The mountain in the city of Neo Tokyo. The city that Nickel Samurai protects. What's that? It's a ticket for the press conference. You were going to give one after winning the Grand Prix, right? Huh? Yes, while you were in the costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. You didn't know? That's odd. Mr. Nick, what are you going to do with that? I don't know yet, but I figured I could at least show it to him. Is that a transceiver? Hey, looks like a real nice one, too. I got it as a present from someone. Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes. Dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around. This is coming from a man with a cell phone on his wrist. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please, wait. I really need to talk to you, take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few? Please let Mr. Nick represent you. Man, oh man, lawyers these days, now you do use kids to pull in clients too? You don't take me as your lawyer, then D-Killer is going to... Wait, what did you just say? D-Killer. D-Killer. What's he doing? It looks like he's mulling over something over. Alright, dude, I accept your terms. Huh? Oh, you represent me in court. We did it, Mr. Nick. Yeah. I don't feel any better for it, and he doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything. I'll help out as much as I can. Man, I think my lucky star is that people know my name. Well, you're quite the hero, and you're the national spotlight. I didn't know who he is. Does that mean I'm not a good citizen? It's really great to be the Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough. Nickel Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries. Secretaries right now. Okay. I guess Mr. Onguard has a way of catching the eyes of women. Do you know my motto? Refreshing like the spring breeze. That's what I am. The spring breeze. That's why this kind of scandal is disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. But everyone looks good. But everyone likes a good scandal. What happened? You told me about your activities last night. They got the award. I took a break and went back to my room. I had a post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my Nickel Samurai costume, and you were alone the entire time. My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show. I told you, dude. I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to express something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Kurita was already dead at the time. Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. Beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. That's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then out of the blue, the dude arrested me. The victim. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita. What sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try to make a Jammin' Ninja movie, even though we all know it failed. The Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you'd think it'd be the other way around, you know? Do you know why you were arrested? Guess maybe my full body search went badly. Did they find something on you? They found a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. What? I don't get it either. It was caught in my pelts of my samurai pants, or the hakama. Ah. Dude, I really think someone planted it there, though. I'm serious. What if that's what really happened? Guess this is about all I'm going to get out of him. Mr. Nick. Yeah? Let's ask one last thing. Let's test Mr. On Guard to see if he really is innocent or not. We can do that. Yes. If you use this, Magatama, you won't be able to hide any secrets from me, Mr. Nick. I'm sure of it. I get it. Mr. On Guard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrido? Please put the phone away and answer the question yourself. Title of stream should just be it. It's chillin' time. Yeah, the moment's passed though. Now we're just here where we're at, you know? Right, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrido, okay? Well, Mr. Nick? Nothing. Not a chain or a lock in sight. Which means it's alright to trust him. Yeah, it does appear that way. Well, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing my client is innocent. The trial's tomorrow, right? I'm counting on you, dude. Every time he says dude, I'm thinking of the Prinnies talking, like, saying dude at the end of every sentence. Dude, D-O-O-D. Woo! One part done. Now for the second part. Alright. Excuse me. Well, at least we were able to get Mr. Matt on guard as our client. And we know that he didn't do it, which is very important. So now what should we do? Well, the trial is tomorrow, and we only get this one chance. There's only one way to prove Mr. On Guard's innocence. You have to find the real killer. Okay, then let's start looking. Okay. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in without... Good morning. Hold on, it's you. What is going on around here? Heard poor Juan was killed, is that true? The bad rerun and what this is. Wait, it's a bad rerun. It's a bad rerun is what this is. Sorry, I have a fucking moment sometimes. Another Steel Samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know, that's not entirely. Have you know that I was a huge fan of Juan's? Why, oh why, do all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies? It's always been that way. Oh, fucking old bag, god damn it. Actually, I wanted to ask you about a murder and what happened. Don't push me, boy. Mr. Nick, I couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking too fast. Pearl, don't even worry about it. Ms. Oldbag, could you please speak a little slower? Don't buzz me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants. The rat-a-tat-tat part is always funny. I don't know why, but it's always funny to me. The victim. Is this the same security guard from the start of the game? From the first game, second case. It's the one who was like pestering Hammers. She admitted she let a hamster die. She deserves capital punishment after the confession. Honestly speaking, I just don't care about Old Bag anytime she speaks. It's like, ugh, just stop. My dear Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder. And only recently did I finally find a star that makes this heart go ba-dump again. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always end up kicking the bucket? I'd watch your words. No one's going to get away with saying anything bad about my Juan. But I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway. Huh? What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. I mean, what is that manner of speaking supposed to be? And why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they... Oh. Okay. Alright. Cool. Pearls, are you thirsty? A little. Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something. Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying attention? No one's today. So I'm guessing Miss Oldbag. That's me. I'm Phoenix. Fucking, if someone's ranting on about this, I'll just be like, you want something? like just turn to my other friend. I'll be like, you want to get something? Like, you want to go get food? I am rude like that. If you're gonna go on ranting, honestly speaking, I will just be like, fuck this. So I'm guessing Miss Oldback heard everything from Lada. What happened? I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready for what? The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference. I don't care. Right, I didn't know anything about the murder. Ah, I see. But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of the night. What do you witness? Most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful... Disrespectful child. Disrespectful! Why can't I say that word? I'm like... Sorry, I'm having a moment here with myself. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids today. Please tell me, what did you see? I fucking hate you. The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder isn't? Please don't stray onto another tangent, please. Then say Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Fuck you. If you want to hear more, then show your respect and bring that lady a present. Oh god, okay. Moving on. The hallway. Looks like the investigation is still full swing. The wholesale staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. I wonder if we can do an investigation of our own in this kind of atmosphere. Well, got to roll up the sleeves and try, I guess. I read it correctly twice. Shut up. Hey, you're here. Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lada. Hey, Mr. Copfella, that thief showed his face. What? Arrest him, pull him on trial, find him guilty, give him the death penalty. What's wrong, Lada? Are you feeling alright? Looked here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So, why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera. Camera. I love Lada. She gets me tight sometimes. Like, sometimes Lada comes in and I'm just like, what nonsense do you have to involve me in today? It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. Your camera? Look. Look. No. Sorry. Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? Looky, here you are. Yep, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble. But she's nice. I was complimenting her. Alright. Camera. Bitch has it too. So, you lost your camera. It ain't no ordinary camera. You buy it in the store and it's 1,600 brand new. Huh, but didn't you just say you bought it for 700? I had a nice long talk with that guy at the store. About 5 hours, I reckon. She whittled this man down from fucking haggling with this man to fucking drop 1,600 fucking camera to 700. Lada, I need you in my life to bargain for me. Guy at the store about 5 hours, I reckon. I made this itty bitty scratch on it, and the manager got all huffed up in the face. He gave me his talking to, and it was real mean about it too. He done made me cry at that. I was gonna say $700. When did you lose your camera? Last night, after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear, darling, expensive sweetie. Lada, what did you capture with the expensive camera of yours? I don't really know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So I don't remember. And besides, I couldn't get anything for my big scoop. I wonder if Lotta's missing camera is even connected to the murder. Okay, Lotta's camera adds to the court record. Lotta, please tell me what you know about the what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here until around the time Mr. Engard was arrested. What were you doing here? You sure went to the school, city? You sure you went to school, city boy? Wherever a lot of heart goes, there's a story for to be found, a big scoop to be had. Big scoop. I told you before, I'm gonna be the best tabloid photographer that the world's ever seen. Reckon course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. Wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although, I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here. So, maybe I wasn't here the entire time. Scoop. Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture for your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. I got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? This one has like a bunch of these. Excuse me. Oops, sorry, Mr. Laura. I can't be telling you that trade secret, you know? Not again. Why does everyone have something to hide? We've been stopped, haven't we? Haha, yeah, take that, Mr. Laura. I'm glad someone around here is happy, Miss Lotta, and your I rule smile. Alright. Think we can move on now? Yeah. Where are we? We're in Mr. Matt Ungar's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? Step on me! What? I blacked out there. What happened? We're Mr. Ungar's lawyer, correct? I got that as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow. Oh, wow. This is a deduction, really. Trial tomorrow, and Mr. Ungar's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here one stop in your mad dash to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either. It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I am Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. Alright. She may be a small stature, but appearances can be deceiving. Right. That is the murder. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, that is correct. Then I will tell you. Before the award ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Engard. Keep in mind of that card. In this very room, I might add. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me. Bet she's a lot of fun at parties. When the award show... When the award show was starting, I headed to Viola Hall. And after the show ended, you came back to this room. Now I had some small errands to run. How about the preparations in the lobby? Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. When it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back to call Mr. Engard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Kurita. And that's when you found his body, isn't it? Really held strong, though. You really held strong through everything. Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. But she's not on guard. So, about you and... Stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Engard and I are related, are you? Sorry. I have no idea how he could choose you as his lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that? Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. Unguard's manager. His manager? Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Kurita, have one? No, he did not. He didn't. Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya. Pearls, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you a juice later, alright? Down, girl, down! Oh, Kurita. Did you know the victim, Mr. Kurita? Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place, after all. Did you know about his rivalry with Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have been needed to die. I've got a hunch about that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know she must know why Juan Kurita was killed. Motive for murder. Great. Do you have any ideas as to why Mr. Kurita was murdered? Why would you ask me about such a thing? I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas? There you go. Miss Andrews. Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. Is it a sidelock, Mr. Nick? Yes. There's getting to be more and more of these lately. Alright, well. Sorry. I always have to do that when the song comes up. Where are we? We're in Mr. Juan Kurita's room, Pearls. Mr. Kurita. The victim. Which makes this the crime scene, too. Oh, it's you. So, what's happened? The kidnapper, has he contacted you again? Not yet. He's probably, he probably won't until we win Mr. Unguard's acquittal. You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there? I just want mine to be alright. You don't have a lot of time left, but I'm going to help you as much as I can, pal. And you, can you do that, even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this once. Special circumstances, right, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know, but you've got to keep it quiet. It's my neck on the line here. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel, pal. Here you go, little missy. Wow, you giving it to me? Thank you. Haha, wouldn't want you to get lost in the hotel too big for its own good. Nick, I got a map. That's great, Pearls. Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says. Alright, let's see. Talk. You know what was the cause of death? Well, technically, the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal. It should. Yeah, here's a picture. Stabbed in the heart. Well, no, that's not even his heart's location. That's like to the right of him. The knife in his chest. Yeah, pal, that's the murder weapon. No, he was stabbed to death. We're looking at their fingerprints down to at the lab right now. There were fingerprints on the knife. Yep. It looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr. Unguard's prints, pal. That's bad. Real bad. Why was Mr. Unguard arrested? Because we had evidence on him. Evidence? It looks like the victim, Juan Kurita, really put up a big fight. Yeah, one look at the crime scene and you could tell. There's no signs of struggle, there's signs of struggle everywhere. Well, yeah, during the fight his button came off. Mr. Unguard said something about a button. Something like one of the Jammin' Ninja's buttons got caught on his Hakama. But that's not all. What? There was a witness, pal. A witness? Who is it? The lady, Miss Oldbag. Please, anyone but her. Prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention there's something around where the that's a little off. What the fuck? Something that's a little off. As in that's for you to figure out, pal. Alright, let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick. Okay. So now we want to pan to the right and examine the guitar case. I was about to say, what the fuck is the guitar case? This is the guitar case, I guess a little beat up, but it's still usable. That's strange, the guitar's not here. Maybe you forgot to bring it to the show. But Mystic Maya, she said that the bright red guitar was the Jammin' Ninja's signature item. That's true. Oh, the guitar case is wet. This guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid. Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it? There's one down. Then the wine glass. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's a tomato juice in it. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. But didn't it seem weird? What seems weird? I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor. She's right. The flower vase was broken, and the makeup is strewn everywhere. Why is this glass the only thing that's still alright? Why is the glass alright? Okay. Detective, explain this. So about this wine glass. Ah, so you noticed it, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched. You noticed that too, Detective, don't you? No, actually, Miss Von Karma noticed it first. Yeah, pros noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So does that mean Miss Von Karma's here at the hotel? Yeah, she's around. Man, you're going to be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick? I've heard this sound somewhere before. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened last time. Sorry, I gotta make myself scarce later, pal. Ah! At last, you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? Would it be too much to ask for you to be nice to me for a change? So you're the type to steal information from pitiful, helpless detectives. That's very dishonorable of you. Ow! Hey, don't you dare run away, scruffy McTreadcoat. And think that detectives of this country could be this pitiful. Wah! Detective, come over here for a second. Yikes. The man's down. I feel better knowing at least you were a man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared, he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix, Wright. You have soiled my perfect prosecution record. Twice. Twice, may I add. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine. Victory is yours. Is that all this means to you? What? Come, Scruffy. The investigation briefing is about to begin. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. Ow, what did she throw at me now? What is this? I guess this means I gotta get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminal Affairs Department, alright? And if you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. Examine... Oh. Wait, where? Oh, it's right here. Mr. Nick, what's this piece of paper? It's called an autograph. Autograph? The paper's got Mr. Kurita's name written on it, so it's his autograph. I can't read it at all. To be honest, I've never seen writing that looks like this. Ah, it's a special way of writing called cursive. Look here. See how it says, "To my dearest Wendy," and no more letters here? This sloppy, unreadable writing. It's crazy and cruel to give this to someone. Hold on. Wendy. I've heard his name somewhere before. Then I could leave this area. Okay, yeah, we're good. Viola Hall. I told you, I at least gotta do it once. Like, just head bop or move around. Excuse me. Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you? Ah, Mr. Powers, have you been here the entire time? Yeah, connected to the murder. People connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. All right, let's talk, buddy. Can you tell me a little bit more about the Nickel Samurai TV show? Okay. The Nickel Samurai is an action hero program aimed towards kids. It's a sequel to the Steel Samurai. I see. This time there are 3 samurai brothers: Aluminum Samurai, Tin Samurai, and of course the Nickel Samurai. It's a love Y in Neo Old Tokyo. I see. Wait, a love what? A love Y. This girl, Sayo, works at a tea shop, and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time. Oh, I guess the Y shape is like 3 brothers colliding over one girl. Anyway, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader. Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet. Times 3. Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies. Yes, bro? What happens next? I want to know. Miss Sayo. Does Miss Sayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. I'm going to stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week. I can't believe she's really considering it. So what's the Jammin' Ninja TV show like? Started from a remake of an old movie. To tell you the truth, Jammin' Ninja, like the samurai shows, is geared towards kids. Alright. The story of a ninja who can scale a wall but became a big pop star anyway. Who can't scale a wall but became a big pop star. What? He was a really lousy ninja. Absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. But boy, could he sing. With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm. A ninja with a red bright guitar. And then a final fight in front of his beloved princess, Masola. Jammin' versus the Mutamachi 5. I'm gonna evolve? Ooh, boy, Sly is evolving. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not so Jammin' cold the night before Battle 3. Ah, that's too bad for him. I love my trash talk. I'd rather you not. Yeah. This kind of pop music based love story is something high school girls really like. Yes, bros? What happens next? I want to know. Jammin' the Jammin' Ninja, will he be able to sing? What about Princess Masilla? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. Which show should I watch? I can't believe she's really considering it. Alright. I think there is a move called Trash Talk. I'm not sure if it's called Trash Talk or something similar to it. I don't know what that means. I slammed the keyboard. Show Adrian. I was like, where the fuck is she? Hey, that's Mrs. Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit, just a little. So Mr. Power likes this type of woman. What do you know about Mrs. Andrews? Or Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? There's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now. A rumor? Ah, if you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I know. He's so happy he looks like a lion that's just found his next meal. Would you mind telling me about this gossip? Ah, so you are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah. I such a weakness for celebrity gossip, too. Oh, really? You too, huh? Yeah, so let's take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid and Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's see here. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. The mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss AA. You see now, don't you? What? You can stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. Juan Carrito didn't have a manager of his own, which means that we're talking about a certain manager with initials AA. Adrian Andrews. Yes, exactly. This is big news. It seems kind of odd, that woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client. It's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Mr. Paz looks so happy. Pearls is just following along, not having any idea to why he's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Alright, old bag, time to get your fucking shit out the way. What you witnessed. Alright, I'll be honest with you for now. And please, tell us what you saw. But, what a waste. I hear I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at you youngins' expense. I am a little devil, after all. Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. That's Juan's autograph. Yes, it is. And it even says, "To my dearest Wendy," on it. That's me, right? Right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that Wendy has to be me, right? Well, it may say Wendy. But somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Oh, please, give it to me. Let me have it, please. I can't let you have it just like that. Yes, I know. Then how about an exchange? Wow, she must really want this autograph. My offer isn't good enough for you. Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. Wendy Oldbag ready to open her heart. Oh, for her dearest Juan. There you go. Alright, good sleuthing, everyone. We got through that real quick. I gotta give it to Wendy Dearest. Ooh, my back feels weird. Okay. What you witnessed. I feel bad for you now. Huh? I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room. You're kidding. Oh, no. It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet, minding my own business. And, did you tell that to the police? Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it, maybe more. Gift certificate? I've been recruited again for that part of the trial. You know, the trial tomorrow. This time, you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. But Mr. Angard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I know he did my dear poor Juan in. I just do. The yellow belly chicken. A yellow belly chicken. Wonder what that would look like. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did. What did Mr. Angard ever do to her to deserve this? What did Mr. Angard do to you to make you so... You don't know? That guy, he framed Mr. Juan. Or, he framed my Juan. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick. What is it? It's a scandal. Oh, I'll tell you about it, I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay? Poor Juan, led astray by the wiles of the vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what do viles and wild temptress mean? How about we just listen to what Miss Oldbag has to say for now, okay, Pearls? So, Miss Oldbag, who is this woman, you're talking about? Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy, he shoved that girl onto Juan on purpose. His own manager, but why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. What do you know about that anyway, Miss Oldbag? I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know. And do you have proof that Mr. Angard did what you say he did? Next week's issues of a certain magazine says so. Of course, a tabloid. Next week, doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet? Why would Miss Oldbeck have information like that? Where did she get it? Hehehe. Alright. So we got that, then we can go back to the hallway to talk to Lotta Hart because we have a lot of trouble with her. But alright, I'm done with the bit, I swear. Wrong one. Take that! Alright. Big scoop. Lotta, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I? For my scoop. What I want to know about are the details of the scoop. That's not something I could tell you. You don't eat it with a spoon? The yogurt? Or is it the yogurt that's like in the tube thing? Where like you could pinch it and then you like suck it out. I forget that there's 2 different types of yogurts that you can. I have it in the drink form or something. Oh, okay, no, I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, there's also the drink form, which is more, not thicker, but more like liquidous. Liquidous? Is that a word? I don't think that's a word. I mean, there's my bread and butter. Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolded scandal between Juan Kurita and this person? Liquidish. I say liquidist. Like ist. I don't know if it's EST or IST is what I'm pronouncing it, but... This woman. She's Adrian Andrews, on guard's manager. Meh. The Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin' Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup. Yeah. You gotta have that what's it called? News sauce? You mean news source? That's it. So show me something that shows that Juan guy had something to do with Miss Andrews. Literally stopping my progress by nonsense. Should I get a banana before I drink this? If you want. An article from a certain weekly tabloid, Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. The mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss AA. Mr. Corrido didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Angar's manager, Adrian Andrews, she has the initials AA. You saw the article and then thought I'd take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Corrido's door that night. Nah, you choose. Go for the banana. You were looking into Mr. Kurita and Mrs. Andrews' affair, weren't you? You got... affair? Like, what the fuck are you talking... No one's married here! You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching them in secret meeting. But there's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What'd you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? That ain't no proof of nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof. Well, at least I do, so... Well, at least I do. So that's what I was doing. Getting photos. Oh. I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and little misleading. Then spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Wow, Lotta. Nice journalistic integrity you got there. I already finished writing up my spicy article, you know? But the paper I wrote on it, my note to myself, it's gone. Your note to yourself. It was inside the case of my $1,600 camera. Oh, fuck, I didn't read that. Came here for my big story, didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell you. What's with you? What's with people people now anyway. Never thought I'd see the day when someone done steal something from me. Really want that note back, huh? I got no idea why, though. The story on that note was probably a bold-faced lie. Okay. Now we could go to the Criminals Affairs Department. Detective Gumshoe said that they had an investigation briefing. Pause? I guess? Yeah, oh, he's back. Hey, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Pause number 2? Hello? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, things... I'm good. I'm good. Just caught me off guard. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Woo! Okay. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm good. I swear. Okay. Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony are airtight. But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. What the fuck are you on about? That is not a banana. You got a fucking Mandingo banana. Dying. You're killing me, Smalls. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh god. Whew. I'm good. I'm good. Whew, okay, talk. Oh shit. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? I can't give you all the details, pal, but there's 2 big pieces. 2? Both of them are in this photo. The first is the button that's missing on the victim's chest. That's the button that you found during your body search for Mr. Argard. Yep. Found it on the folds of the Nickel Samurai's special pants. The second is... It says found the fingerprints on the knife in his chest, so to be exact. You haven't heard me laugh like that in a very long time. I'm pretty sure I did recently laugh like that. 100%. You probably just weren't there for the stream. Oh shit. That shit killed me. I'm sick with a sore throat, and you're fucking saying this bullshit and making me die over here. I probably was knocked out. It's all good, Chief. Fingerprints, whose are they? You didn't have to even ask, little missy. It's obvious they're Matt's on guard. Matt on guards. Tomorrow's trial, talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Airtight testimony. So what about this airtight testimony? Is the old security lady Miss Oldbag? I thought so. What do you mean? You thought so? Did she tell you something, pal? Well, I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knob is stuck on 10, and there's no turning it down. Trust me. Yeah, when Miss Oldbag saw it all, oh, pal. I hate you? Why do you hate me? My mind was clean. First of all, your mind is never clean. Your mind is an insane asylum in a nutshell. It can't be clean. Stupidest shit ever, bro. Thomas armed guards come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. No way. We're pretty interested in the bit of gossip ourselves. Scandal with Mr. Kurita, but why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide. Suicide? Her name was Celeste Impax. And she was Juan Kurita's manager. The victim's manager. But that's not all, pal. Miss Impax was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. saying my mind is insane. Sure. Whatever you want to strive for. Take it as you will. Woman who was both Mr. Kurita's manager and Mr. Andrew's mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case? Do you want to know more about her, pal? Less impacts. She was a victim's manager and was also Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Or maybe I kind of skipped a bunch of that. I'm gonna sick of dealing with you with one foolish idiot after another. Miss Von Karma. You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean. I do. Scruffy, you have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. That's... Wait, miss, please wait, sir. Quiet. If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Who? Edgeworth! He's returned! Best boy returned! What the fuck do you mean you just ate the banana in an unholy way? You're adding more fire. You're adding more fuel to the fire that existed. I wasn't... You could have just said, I ate the banana. And I was just be like, okay, cool, whatever. But you said in an unholy way. You made it worse. It's been a long time, right? This is Mr. Edgeworth? What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong. You haven't changed a bit, Francisca. You. How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You saw the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You ran away with your tail between your legs like an ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed, to be perfect in every way? Let's hear, Francisca. How are things going? Here you're having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you tomorrow in court. Are they related? Kind of like... How would you say? Stepbrother. Because Von Karma took in Edgeworth. After Edgeworth's dad died. So, and raised him. And raised Edgeworth, pretty much. And Francisca is, you know, the daughter of Von Karma, so they grew up together. It will be a cynical lesson on meaning of total victory. The same wild mare she always thought was. So what the fuck was good, pretty boy? Without you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth had gone and died. Mr. Nick, I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? The wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at that trial tomorrow. What is that supposed to mean? I have something definitive that you lack. And working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. The truth. In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. Just what is going on inside his head? Proof of Von Karma blood. A lot of things may have happened, however, Manfred Von Karma was still my mentor. And a perfect win record is proof of Von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases, and those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office. Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? I think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. Been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. God damn, Phoenix, right? I see, then let me ask you something. What do you stand in the courtroom? Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Why stand in the court? Well, with Francisca, she almost always says, I will defeat you this time, I insist she sees me. He sees me. The courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives. To save your client, you say. Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals, those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you're a prodigy, or someone like you, Edgeworth. Looks like there is still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn. Me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon. This woman's another key to solving this case. Oh, wait. Now we can see Edgeworth's age. Been meaning to see. Oh, yeah. So Phoenix is like 25 as well. I think they're all the same age. Him, Larry, and Phoenix. I miss Maya. I do too, buddy. But she's the reason we're in this situation. Is she random? I don't think she's that random. Everyone else is random compared to Maya. Larry Butts. Do you really think so? She was Andrew's mentor a long time ago. But she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then, a few months later, Celeste Impacts died. But her death was ruled a suicide, right? But there's still one riddle we've yet to solve. A riddle? Her suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. Suicide note that just vanished, huh? No one's a normal version of you. Hold on, I'm trying to think. Never mind. Ms. Impact's death was most certainly a suicide, of that there is no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. The suicide note. But how do you know Ms. Impacts had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very highly. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Juan Corrida himself, the victim. He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corrida hid his own manager's suicide note, but why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report, part 1 anyway. Part 1. I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That has two parts. What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here's the second part. I don't know why the fuck you need to go. They made such an extra step for no reason. I received the first part of the report. Awesome. Hey, Edgeworth, the first part of the report. Oh, yeah, let me give you the second part as well. Motherfucker, why didn't you just give me both of them at the same time? What the fuck are we doing? Second part of the report is about us attempted suicide. An attempter's name. Oh, the attempter's name. It's Adrian Andrews. Miss Andrews. What did she do? She tried to kill herself. She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself, though. I think she's a strong career woman. That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews, she has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. Secret? Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like on the inside. Miss Andrews, dependent. Talk about an exact opposite of what that woman is. Oh, so I'm like reading on the guide, right? And it says, no, on the 3DS/Steam Trilogy version, codependency has been replaced with dependent nature. Why? Weird. Once you acquired her picture profile, you can go to the detention. Matt thinks you're invading his privacy and decides to go out to lunch. You won't be able to chat with him at this point. Finish the court case first if you want to talk to him again. Okay. Alright. Let's go to back over here. The amount of music in this fucking area. There's like 3 songs that change over in seconds. Looks like Miss Andrews isn't here. That's not good. I still have a few questions I want to ask her. And she has the Psylocke on her heart, right? Well, we don't have much of a choice. I guess we'll have to come back later. Oh, do I actually have to do this first? Hold up. I thought this was just a side thing. Ah, the lawyer dude. So what did you find out? Well, I'm still in the middle of investigating. I see. But I've already told you everything I know, dude. Do you know who this is? What's wrong? How much do you know? Oh, what do you mean, how much? Mr. Lawyer, I may be your client, but I hope you will keep yourself out of my personal life. Ah, no, I would never. Now, will you excuse me? I have a lunch appointment I have to keep. You're in detention. Who in the world are you going to eat with? The security guard? Mr. Nick? The Celeste Impacts lady. Somehow I get the feeling she is a very important person in all this. Alright. Now we're able to go to the hotel. And I believe, get the... initiate the thing. Fuck! Oh, really? Interesting. Okay, hold up. Oh, did I forget to talk to Edgewood about this? I'm like, what the fuck did I miss? So this is the bad part about this game, where it's like, if you miss something, you're gonna be looking for shit for a while. No, what? Yeah, we read that. 2 parts, yada yada. This is all what we have already. Oh, there you go, dependent nature. I don't know why the fuck it was up there. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews attempted suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impacts. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will? But why would she? Her pillar of strength, her mentor, Celeste Impacts, was gone forever. That's why. Why would that... This is what they call following someone to the grave? After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And when she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. Fucking Christ. And that's the nature of her dependency on others. I wonder why they changed codependency into dependent nature. Is codependency, like, offensive? When Celeste Impact suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then, that means her super confident attitude, it's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. Maybe it just wasn't, like, I guess how it was worded was bad. Like, it had, like, the way how, like, they worded the whole sentence and shit. Maybe that's what fucked it up. And they're like, yeah, it's not good, blah, blah, blah. Bip, 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 bip. My throat is gonna kill me. There you go. Okay, yeah. Oh, Miss Andrews is here. But it looks like she's talking with someone. That's Franziska von Karma. Miss von Karma, what are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you've got some nerve following me around. Following you. That's you, Miss von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Pearls. You're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard. Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. What is that? An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know that fool's every move. Okay, but like, why though? So that noise we heard was a receiver. Feel very, really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes. Think hard about what we just discussed, understood? Alright. What were those two talking about? Miss Andrews. She seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Alright, now we're here, finally. Okay. Matt on guard. Over here. I asked you to become I asked to become Mr. Onguard's manager. It's a pleasure to manage with his nice disposition. Mr. Onguard does seem like a rather weak-willed man, always doing as he's told. He's always saying my manager, right, Mr. Nick? I guess now we have something. Alright, yeah, we have something. Motive for murder. Why was Swan Creator murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Onguard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Creator. You were not that close. That's right. I never been good at being intimate with another person. You were not good at being intimate with another person. Somehow I highly doubt that. Oh, the magazine clipping first. Okay. You and Mr. Kurita had an intimate relation, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half of your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already brought into this story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see, however, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Kurita? As if there was ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Miss Kurita for this person's sake? Which is... Celeste Impacts. Celeste Impacts, your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? Miss Impacts, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Uh-oh, she's sweating. Right before her death, she was Juan Kurita's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Kurita so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews. There was no mystery surrounding her death, none. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was that really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. And then presents her the suicide report of hers? Does it matter which one? It does. It's the other one. They didn't specify. They did not specify. They did specify. I'm dumb. Not the attempted one. Just the regular one. Oh, stupid. I thought it said part 1 and part 2. Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? Looks like the police were under suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Kurita. Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Kurita. I sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor. However, allow me to say this again. I had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give. However, I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. There's proof that Celeste's impact... Okay, this is the untouchable one. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. That you were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop. Okay. When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died of death on my own. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Kurita of hiding her Miss Impact's note. You heard about it and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? That's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one that with a reason to want Miss Kurita dead. Me? Miss Impacts was everything to you, and then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? Okay, who is this girl? She's kind of weird. How is she weird? We were talking about her for a good hour. You missed the clown. What are you talking about? Where are you? The clown was like last week and the week before that. The worst trials. That was me saying this is the worst trial involving the clown. Mo the clown. What are you? You were there. Fuck. You were there for that fucking stream. What? You were criticizing his name at full, and you're like, I think this would be a better name for him. That's like, no. What is this, Final Fantasy 8 all of a sudden? Motive for murder. It's true I am a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I push against all that though, and I've tried to live strongly. Never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews. Oh, that's not till like 6 or 7 games, bro. We're not seeing her for a while. I believe this is me making a wild guess. I don't think we're gonna see her until the game that has Phoenix Wright in it again. So once Phoenix Wright becomes a lawyer again. And that's like the second to last game. I believe, at least. And hold on, I'm trying to remember. Oh, and I feel like we're not gonna get to that game till maybe next year. Beginning of next year, maybe. Depends how fast I actually do these games. His name is Mo. You wanted him to be named Bob. This one thing, it's the one thing I want to take with me to the grave. It was my secret, mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note, and that someone was following Karita. Celeste, without her I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. You got close to Mr. Karita to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tablet reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide. I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews. If people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Alright, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She's probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion. What is it? Can I ask you something? What is it? Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. That card? Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? I don't quite know. It just only appeared in my handbag. What is it? Looks like a seashell. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Her not remembering something clearly sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, it must be off. I leave Mr. Engard in your capable hands. If you finish this game, like this entire game of the Ace Attorney 1, are you gonna play Chronicles after? I deadass forgot I wanted to name Bob. A seashell. Seashell. How do you even say that? Seashell? Did I say that? Also, what? Which one is Chronicles again? Oh, that's the great Ace Attorney, right? Yeah, I did talk about it. Seashell, like the sea and then the shell. And I told you that, like, I'm gonna do the Great Ace Attorney, the Chronicle ones, 1 and 2, after everything is done for like the main Phoenix Wright shit. So like once we're done with the last like Phoenix Wright game that has like Phoenix himself, we're gonna go into Naruhodo Ryuji, which is the Great Ace Attorney one with fuck, how do you pronounce the name? Sherlock Holmes. You mixed it when you were reading it? Oh yeah, I remember now. I kind of forgot about it. It's fine. Also, this is the second game. We're in the second game. Where are you? Sherlock Holmes? No, that's not his name. That's copyright claims. God. Sly, it's Sherlock Holmes. Come on, man. What was it doing? Wow, okay. Well, I think we've gathered about all we can. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, Pearls. She looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all. and has been walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right? Oh no, I'm okay, really. I'm fine, I really am. You don't look fine to me. Poor Pearls. She's just a child. Let the child sleep. Stop making her worry. Ah. Oh, right. Haven't you been playing them? What the fuck? So what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. You mean Miss Impact's suicide note? That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. Ah, Mr. Nick, the transceiver. Hello, Wright and Koloff offices. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. Maya, where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Phew. Which is why I suppose she is absolutely famished. What? So I suggest you win a quick adequate of my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Ask my... Maya, is that you? Sis, ask my sis. Maya! Damn it, you cut me off. Because Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she? That's so mean. She just has a big forehead. Just let her be. Haru from Persona also has a big forehead. Can you, like, relax? Sorry. Oh, fuck. Mia. I have a message from Maya, so come. Ask me anything you want about her. My situation. How's Maya? She's safe for now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. The kidnapper, what's he like? I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there, and she didn't see the face of her attacker. Ah. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her. No, it literally changes you into the person. They talked about this like 3 times in this whole thing. Really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are just the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. Great. Yeah, it's locked. But the door's lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here. Someone dropped a card here. Kind of looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. I mean, because they're actually sisters. They have a more closer resemblance. Age-wise, no, because Maya's like in her teens. Well, Mia was like, what, her late 20s, I believe, by the time like you first meet her. I forgot how old Mia is actually when you first meet her. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Oh, that's it, the shell card. I'll use this. Maybe I can get the door open. That might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. She's slightly shorter, yeah. Actually, she's a lot shorter compared to Mia. You first meet her at 18? Maya? Maya's 18 right now. You meet Maya at like when she's like 17. when you first meet Mia, she's at what the fuck are you on? It's 17. What are you talking? Because they met a year ago. My man is confused with numbers. The fuck? Hello? Mia's not 26 when... Mia can't be 26 if fucking Edgeworth and Phoenix are 25. That age gap is so weird. I'm very tired. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it. Okay. Now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting. Alright. Alright, we're up to the trial. We're finally getting to the halfway point of this whole fucking thing. March 22, we just have to do the trial. Adrian did it. That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. Impact you? Whatever. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer, please, Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like the spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia, let's get complete acquittal today. I know. But I can't focus on my situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. With him. He does. Well, he says dude a lot, and he doesn't say bro, but he does say dude a lot. This is Wright. Good morning. This is Mr. Attorney, the day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how should I say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. Grrr. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world did you send me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts, and even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest if you please. Wait. Mr. Lawyer, dude. Who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Court is now in session for the trial. Matt on guard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? Defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor. Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. You must tell me something. Please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? I like how you're gonna sleep when the trial is happening, but okay. It's all good, Sly. I appreciate you, man. I hope you have a good night's rest, man. Prosecutor Von Karma has... Good morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present. Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. I wanted to be a part of the trial. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have the answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Phew. I thought he showed up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Francisca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Ms. Mount Carmel was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, mind you, shot the same way her dad was shot. Luckily, I have looked this case over and I am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt on guard. According to knowledge of the prosecution, right. Finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey for this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation. My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct for now. For now. After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. Prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now let's have your testimony. If you want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Heroes of the World ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Carita, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case has nothing to do with the murder. The award ceremony ended. The victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their room, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay. This murder happened after the hero. Okay. 2, 3. Press this. The cause of death, wasn't it that because Mr. Carita was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Bandana? Banana. His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented banana. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The jamming ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. We couldn't find it anywhere on the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory then. Yeah. What convinced you it had nothing to do with this case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well, then where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Carita, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. Do you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was out on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. The guitar case was empty, even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him in the chest with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why, then, did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well, Gumshoe. Please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest on guard? Guard and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough to in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found on Mr. Angar's Hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes it a premeditated murder. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. And there's this button. That was found on the defendant's clothes, was it not? And it's a button also covered in blood. Yes, yes, and we know that the blood is on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? All of this points very clear to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet? Right. Huh. I'll find a hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Ugh. My ear itches. Oh, it's a good itch. There you go. Alright. 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument is that that this was premeditated murder is simply that my client brought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. Defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife. You'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? As a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big. What is it, Mr. Edward? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit that the knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. But I didn't. Oh. The question is, where did the knife come from? Where did the knife go, Cotton Eye Joe? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered, which, with that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There's a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Guard. A knife's missing. Especially what was on top of his table. There's something missing. Perhaps it is the single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Guard's knife was missing. Mr. Guard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during the dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this is a premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Edward. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliantly clear deduction. Seems like Edward had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps I just walked headlong into. Mirror weapon with the fingerprints and button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your honest time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, the gavel of his will, that gavel of his will be ringing out the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? Okay. Actually, I do. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see, Mr. Wright. I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, only one. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's current for all of us. You may now present the one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence? This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. There were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, the glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is the wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Oh, well, yes. It is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edwards? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. But the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example, she could have easily been shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Mr. Andrews really have set the glass down without thinking. There's no way. It appears weak. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. Defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Andrews, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Oh, Mr. Wright, never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think that this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it had been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints. There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one. Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were the one of Adrian. Adrian Andrews. What? That's why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Kurita. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on a dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Tisk. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. From here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edward. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edward thinking? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Gotcha. Wonder what happened to the calm composure he had earlier. Oh, edgy boy, it's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under the helmet it was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand? I tell the time I know what I'm supposed to do. Okay. No, today I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with this terrible crime. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all the court needs to know. Oof. Shush, I'm talking to my dear edgy right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true that they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail in the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my desired Juan. My dearie Juan. Dearie or desire? I did not read that right. I was almost too much of my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in the real man, Juan Carita. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. What you witnessed. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. It was something I was interested in finding out, you know? Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye on out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. He was on guard, mad on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. So Mr. Edwards came out. So Mr. On Guard came out of fucking. That would be just be like. They'll just be like, what? Edwards? Huh? A card came out from the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright. Something you were interested in. And just what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know? It's top secret between me and Juan. And Edgy Poo, of course. Mr. Edgewood, what is this thing that she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip. But should it prove relevant, we can always have an appended to her testimony later. Looks like we should enforce it right now. And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? 3, 4, 5. Alright. You saw my client, are you sure about that? Yes, say. Really? Annoying brat, when I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get the sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a little bit. This person clothes. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. That what thing? The gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too. That thing is meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any case? Yes. It was very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. And perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see, Edward? Your Honor, I request that the witness said about the jacket be appended to their testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness, please. Ah, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. Wearing that his red flashy jacket, honestly. And then I present the button. Miss Oldbag? What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Ah, the button number 2 on the Gem Ninja's costume. Now I know she's obsessed. She's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Angard's body during a full body search. See? The button proves beyond a shadow of doubt it was that rascal Angard. It was caught up in his pleats of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants. See? And Angard is a Nickel Samurai. Witness. Now it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Angard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress... She gets me so annoyed. Hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Angard, the man. Well, Mr. Angard, the Nickel Samurai. But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Edgebu, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Wait, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Okay. Alright, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Oh, it was a what? Okay. What I saw. On guard. Yes, I now remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai what I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Do you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, you youngins today, I told you. There's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. Maybe she's just as delightful as a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. 2, 3, 4, 5. Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. What are you driving at? Whose car are you driving? Excuse me. If Mr. On Guard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on the knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At the time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now up to the point, are there any problems with his theory? There's a contradiction, isn't there? Think about it one more time. There's a contradiction. Theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. On Guard was the killer if that's the case. I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. This knife, this was used by Mr. On Guard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that that if my client was, in fact, the killer, then he brought his knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita, I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At the time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? Why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition. What? And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be a glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over this. Oh my god, all over it like bees on a hive. Now it brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order, I say order in the court. Was the knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? To frame man on guard. It's to frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course. To frame. Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that if the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume, if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness. Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo? Witness, did you not really see the Nickel Samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but are you saying you mixed up Mr. On Guard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors before a while. Well, I wasn't waiting around for Nickel Samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for Nickel Samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting for around that time? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Kurita. Am I correct, Witness? Ha ha ha. That way, the way you think you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? The old bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Miss Kurita. Maybe maybe the old hag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Oldbag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? Seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is, I see. It just seems to be really into the article. If it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness, what in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information, some very secret information for a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation in secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself, personal reason, all of that. Excuse me. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed here? From here. You don't want to do this, however, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then, witness, please testify about the secret information. Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of your youngins. What? I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Secret information. That on guard is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So, to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? Benson is manager. What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip, and isn't there a saying the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about the Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter, and found that the truth that the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. But should this be true, and this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim, this means I have to smash these rumors once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, on guard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information, huh? Well, that's because I'm pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drill a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of information? So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? Then, present Lotta's camera, yeah. The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh, yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written into herself. She reported such a thing. On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrageous. He was gonna say outrageous, but he cut it out. Impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No. I said impressions. Then, Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it. That's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of wands, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with the evil on guard. She said so herself. On guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out, like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once. She looks like she's really sorry. Did I forgive her? Pile on more pressure. I let up on her now. She'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness. Said that the only thing you stole was the note. Is that it is correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it. And I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility on this, secret... What? Security... I can't pronounce that. Again? Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that note is the only thing that you stole that night. No, just for the camera again, right? Miss Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why? Why, witness? What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then my God. Then it is only logical that you have the camera too. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? Ah, that's... What, even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and I borrow things from people. Borrow, in quotes. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. So that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it. It said, Slimeback Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. How does she have a job? Bailiff, get the camera's photos. Hurry. I'm gonna examine them at once. Oh, man. We still got a long way to go. Well, Mr. Edgewood, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does it all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The photo by itself does not prove that this person is the defendant, however. In his own confession, Mr. Onguard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end of we have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that the photo is decisive evidence against your client? This photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. Can't make my mistake here. There is only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took. There's something strange with it. Just in case it like messes up where I'm about to select. There's something strange with this photo. I knew that was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we could all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even as a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster. Is that what we were planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with the photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. Yeah, the photo's fine. You would be like... I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you could care to elaborate with the actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the Hakama. The Hakama, yeah, the Hakama. His socks, you can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his Hakama up just to walk. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside the costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious, huh? What is? Edgeworth is usually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack, and I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not On Guard, and everything that the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What? Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside the costume is not Man On Guard. In that case, who is this person of? Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edward's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Where are you? You're over here. Adrian Andrews. You want to know who that Nickel Samurai is? It is none other than this woman. Why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. On Guard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. On Guard that night. How does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get certain items. A certain knife with Mr. On Guard's fingerprints all over. The knife that was used as the murder weapon. Why don't you just say what you want? What is it you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews is the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. How long is this? Oh, we got some things to do. Okay. Oh boy, okay. Just doing a quick stretch. Okay. Order. Looks like the trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. Verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us, huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to the court as witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. Ah. If they don't get a verdict today, then Maya. Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Now then. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. I must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss... I appear wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to the unexpected development. This unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. What do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews as all. Happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edward? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She's the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man. Somehow I knew there was no way Edward would overlook Mr. Andrews. Excuse me. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edward. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. I could stop it here, but I'd rather get this part done, and then we can get the investigation part for next week and the trial with that one too. Then we'll finish Justice for All at that point. Question: am I on Justice for All? Yes, I am. Okay, I'm making sure what game we're on. Dude, I cannot believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager, and it would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to your to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? Seeming like a log the entire time. She could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time the trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like the spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impact's as her strength and reason to live. Don't show this image again. You don't need to show this image again. Well, then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. In-game. And it sounds like she left the suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it. It's Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. Sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told you? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impact's. It was Edgeworth. Looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. The only got down yet. Okay. Whisper. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls a witness subpoena by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. Oh, she still has the card. What is your occupation? I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt on guard. I see. Now then, Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure, what is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. Ah, no, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. And I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Kurita. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was fry and bait matter, or was the bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. Okay, here we go. I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Okay, sure. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime, and I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing, and that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made. Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness, Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You disrupt her pacing. She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So, you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Alright. Press on the third one, right? Okay. You were in shock. What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. Despite how close they were, I doubt she'd had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on the wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she stating? Just further. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's just, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? Mess of glass shards. It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Okay. Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over, is that correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with that, what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what's so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The fact that it's open? The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is the dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on the case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? Seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. Can't believe I'm doing this either. Okay. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. A fucking cake. Fucking yikes, Edgeworth. Alright. I remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. Oh wait, yeah. Okay. There's no way you were the one to... There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on the guitar case are those of the victim. Look at her sassy stance. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at that time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the award ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. Nothing strange about that. That's strange. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove that I was not wearing gloves at the time? The wine glass, bitch. What the fuck are you on about? I have your proof right here. The wine glass. The wine glass. You left your fingerprints very clearly on the wine glass. Ah. You know you took your gloves off when you poured yourself the glass of juice. What do you think, it was just a little strange? That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Ah! This has a backup pair. Okay. Order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe the guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if that really was empty. I wonder if it was really empty though. But the bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Stir the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided. No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified about that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it was wide open in the photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, right? Please enlighten us why the guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second, the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean... He said the black guitar. So you tend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right? Yes. Sorry. I wouldn't say something that I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in that photo, the picture, Your Honor. In this picture. It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is, inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out the costume? What insane point would there be oh my god. What insane point would there be to doing something like that? Now, the same point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support this presumptuous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was striving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order. Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess around here, haven't we? Nice shot, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Mountain Guard's. Why would something of the defendant be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places? True, that is a little baffling, Mr. Wright. The court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? It was a spare costume. Mr. Angard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. Now how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought his this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a particular act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Have you just been rambling on this whole time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... Oh, my bad. I was misreading something. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at the conference. Heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Angard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for the victim for this very conference. Ms. Kurita was going to hold a press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet, however. What I'm concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at the conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as the Nickel Samurai, is going to speak about Matt Angard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews, I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me. Yes, just as you say. The press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on Jammin Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? That's even a motive to Matt, because probably Matt knew about it. And do you know what the secret of Mr. Angard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. Angard? Yeah, again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Protecting Matt. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does account for everything. While I am the logical type, we're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. The defense can find no fault with this testimony. I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Excuse me. Alright, press the first statement. Would you say that was your intention? Or, wait, intuition speaking to you? My bad. Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. You want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things. A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school. At least not from what I remember. May I continue now? 2, 3, 4. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then what about the button? The button. It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakama. Isn't that correct? Alright, I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. What an icy stare, yes. Okay. Got it. Objection! This is the victim autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. What is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off, Jesus. So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. Excuse me. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean? Does it mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To pin the crime on guard. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. There is no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. Yeah, that's right. Mr. On Guard was set up by the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is, well, Mr. Wright, who is the world is the real killer then? Then none other than me! Finally, I can believe I managed to bring the trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. Okay. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you! You are Mr. Kurita's killer. What? Order. Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of that evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he was already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. She just has backups. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was a real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. The costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. That person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, but Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. It was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic Days discoverer of a dead body. To top it all off, there's this photo. The photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's the law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes, you are absolutely correct. Wow. Miss Andrews, the law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing the witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. I plead the fifth, said Phoenix Wright earlier that day. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room. Yes. Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood. Alright. Wait, this is a... Wait, this is a game? I thought it was just an anime. The anime came from the game. But hello. Verb. I'm gonna call you Verb. That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews not to testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edward? I'm sure you realize this as well, Mr. Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. No, in anime, no, I thought it was... No, in anime, no, I thought it was just a meme. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, you mean like when people make the meme format where it's like they'll put whatever in the text box? Yeah, it came from this. Like, that's how they got like the little sprites to work. You could actually do that yourself. I forgot what the website was though. But you're able to just like mess around and just like make the characters say whatever you want. And there's like a bunch of options of like how the characters look, what styles you want them for, this whole thing. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt. Don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove either way. Oh fuck! Skip that. No, she's taking the defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation. Then we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. They say Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense theory that she is an actual murderer has not been fully sustained with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. God, I am burping and it's annoying. Okay. In this situation, there is only one thing the court can do, and that is to declare recess. I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial, we don't have a tomorrow. We don't get a not guilty verdict today, then. Please wait, Your Honor. That is not necessary. The trial, please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't it? Isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya. But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this court trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, where are you... It's true Miss Andrews holds a right against self-recrimination. However, if the topic of the conversation were something unrelated to what she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about, Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already. Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify, Your Honor. I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever you find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. Haha, that's where you're wrong. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. Friend or foe? It's just from across the fucking courtroom. Friend or foe? I must know now. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request, Miss Andrews, if you please. Right? When I found the body. A glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went and poured him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. She is lying through her fucking teeth. So you pour the glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with his testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on with that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright. 2, 3, 4. Present the crime photo. Okay. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. What in the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Fuck, my nose is being annoying. Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that he was a dead man. Why did I read that weirdly? That's well, you see... It did nothing! I got a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. Then nonchalantly you go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No! Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt on guard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible, you're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear, he's the one who killed it, Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Jesus. I remember first seeing that. Like, she just was annoying with that. There is no need for the court to continue any further. Mr. Matt on guard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his and her guilt. Now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. And I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt on guard. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. The witness is not having a fucking meltdown, to be honest. The witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth, what are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt on guard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francisca von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Madame Guard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. Wasn't me, I'm begging, please believe me, I didn't kill Juan. Hold up real quick. Let me just do a quick save. Okay. Help, please, someone help me. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right? I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind isn't that obvious. There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Where's Andrews to testify? I have to win a complete adequate today. There's no way around it. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. On Guard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it is clear that the defense theory is the truth. You're wrong. Oh my god. To press on all of them. Okay. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Miss Edgeworth. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she had tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report, the attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop, I beg you. If people find out, ow. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Fucking yikes, Edgeworth. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted on us. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I've made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished, I was returning to Matt's room. I had a bit of an inconvenience, and that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Stabbed the body with the knife, but why would you do that? Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person? A certain cowardly man. What? What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but it's the truth. The real killer is Matt. The scumbag of a man, I never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carita, in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is it possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? That's right. Please get over your shock and commence your cross-examination. Alright, so we're gonna press everything, because the game wants me to do that. First time, I really thought he fainted, honest. But you could tell from the state and the room was in, there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but the scarf is part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. What was this plan you had? What the fuck was that? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point into the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. The forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. First thing that came to mind was the plant and the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I stepped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one to stab the victim with the knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Ongar's hakama. Yes, that is what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lara. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldback for you. I'd already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold the press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai's costume, the people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I also did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Ongar's room and planted the button. Into Matt's hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does all this mean? Mr. Edgewood, is it... The real criminal is Matt Ongar. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said that I should under no circumstance confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, that Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What the witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, I can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Okay. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of the witness is over, and so is today's trial. Been established that the witness was the culprit, but please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Archer, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Today's trial is over. I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I ask you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. That card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now, I found this in the room on that day. The room. That day. Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying right there, right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. I've been sitting here watching. This is very entertaining. I'm glad you're entertained by this. Witness, that card! Give it to me, hurry! Edgeworth? You have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? Yes, I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? What does it mean? To be continued! Oh shit! We're not gonna continue this until next week! March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. Running cool offices. Mystic Maya. There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. Sorry, I'm like looking through shit. Alright. I'm like testing the audio, or not testing the audio, but seeing how low the audio is and then how... Might lower it a bit more, this one. There you go. Hopefully the game's still not too loud, but yeah. Okay. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. He won't... I just have to burp. Okay. He won't because Mr. On Guard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Yeah. Cheer up. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So... Hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. Just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. Talk to Gumshoe. The future. So what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming... Oh, sorry. Oh, I don't have that much water. Fuck. Okay, we'll save you that water. I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. Guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Engarde's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. I'm great at making really simple meals. I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's leave Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? Edward. That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edward act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to? No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Engarde. Couldn't figure that out from anything she said at all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even the woman prosecutor was better than that. Francisca von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? When was she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edward said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you up for a bit, pal. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital... Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Alright. Now let's head to the Hottie Clinic. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes, are you here for to visit a patient? Ah, hi. Wait a second, you're... Yes, I'm the Director Hottie. Ho. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Ho. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director. Francisca. How is Francisca von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes, yes. And that surgery, it went well. Yeah, my gratitude. Looks like Edward doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looked so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. When I snuck up on her real secret like, she would scream really loud. Yes. I see. Ah, but she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. Ha! Go back to your room. You're so mean. So mean, Miss Frisky, my frisky Francisca. Ah! Okay. Yes. It's time for my IV drops. Yes. And what are you two tulips doing here in your... And what are you... And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. The shooting. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intention of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know? Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking care of the case, I found myself having to clean up after you in that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. The deal. Miss Von Karma. You made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it. Looks like you were lucky. Mr. Phoenix, Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime. Isn't my problem. That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective: to find On Guard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix, right? The end justifies the means. It's on karma. Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then On Guard will be found guilty. What does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you have to know she was. Ah! I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. Today's trial. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far. But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. That's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. Agent's card. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Witness that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card. What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, right. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. Special investigation team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that. An assassin. So, who is the Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of the long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victim. I be hella depressed. It gotta be a traditional thing. Why would just chill out, man? Just chill out and watch the TV, bro. Just watch the TV. This is what you're watching now. You're watching a drama. Why would he do something like that? We think it is a part of his duty to his clients. His duty. If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between the clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. Better than before, which is very good. With the... When you were sick? That's good, that's good. I guess that even honorable assassin can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it. Wouldn't you agree? Shelly the killer, huh? My situation. Noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Something the matter. I guess I should just tell him. Sorry, the fucking emote floating slowly to the bottom right was too good. I no longer throw up, but I still can't eat food properly. I'm still on the banana and yogurt diet. I mean, that's still good. I mean, you literally just started this medication slash diet thing, so I think it's fine to still have it. At least you're not throwing up, so that's good. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An adequate. I see, I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgewood is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick. There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an adequate somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen. You need to know something. Juan Corrido was killed by Shelly the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is mad on guard. Your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only. As we are looking for any clues that might lead us to the Shelly the Killer, but if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Just eat a little bit of it. Don't eat the whole thing. You put that on yourself because you decided to force yourself on eating more of it. That's on you. That's your own self to blame on that. You could just like put it on hold and stuff. You said you forced yourself to eat it. You said you forced yourself to eat, like finish it. Should just ate like a tiny bit. Or like get one bite. See how it feels after that. Then you know. Then continue after that if you're okay with it or not. This guy. You're only making it worse for yourself. That's the case though. That's for you to like figure out on your own. You want to do that, then go ahead. That's you who has to deal with the repercussions later on. That's the thing. I must attend to the preparations for Miles' rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now if you'll excuse me. Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. On Guard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a Psylocke. Yeah, I guess not. Maya, please. All I at. So eat yogurt right now. Guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up like how Nick does with everything in court. Fucking thank you, Maya, for calling me out. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card and I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. What is this place? Miles roasting Phoenix when he's not even around. I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR. There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is this antenna doing here? There's a framed picture sitting on the coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. But this could be a clue. Locked, of course. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Even though Maya looks pretty skinny as it is. That's a sofa. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Oh, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Yeah! It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean, dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct? Did the dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Is it Nick? Oh, yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about my situation. Mr. Edgewood has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in On Guard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going, too. Okay. Then, detention center. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. Message? It's from Matt On Guard. Here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Look like... Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, right? I'm actually 1,000 years old Aztec man who fought a normal ass guy and lost to and was sent to space in the process. I think On Guard is an assassin. He's not an assassin. Have you been paying attention? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to find his coat. His cat. What the I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Client's request is a request. I guess I should go check up on his cat. Okay. Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. We shall not pass. I mean, the assassin had, like, stitches on his face. It could be a suit or something, you know? I'd be assuming. You always be assuming. But, for right now, I'll tell you that they're two different people. Miss Oldbag. Don't devolve my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-haired pettifogger? Pettifogger? I don't even know how to pronounce that. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. Well, what I... Oh, my God. I hate Oldbag, bro. He talks too much. Ah, Miss Oldbag. Keep your hands off of me. This helmet is airtight, so no air gets in and no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Bye. She still can move around, though. Actually, how old is she? Oh, it doesn't tell. Okay. The only time you send someone to a nursing home is if, like, they literally cannot live by themselves. I go turn on the light. Wow, so this is what this Star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Neck, let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu! Sorry. So I guess this is Shu. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. Hehe. The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Gee, who could this be? May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers, actually. I'm Mr. On Guard's lawyer. The Masters. Then, you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. Wait, what? Talk to Doe about all the available options. Okay. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. Not typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. On Guard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies you. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well, then I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. What? Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. There's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. Alright. Back to the hotel lobby. Here you go, old bag. Maybe I show her the letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would like to look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of paper? Shoot, is the assassin? Probably. Edgy poo. Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'Amour I smell? Ugh. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his sophisticated... Damn, Edgeworth! Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly. That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because the Edgy Poo said so. You understand? Okay. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Okay. Looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know, nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow! Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into On Guard's room today. Why? The police main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of the investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of the Wendy Old Bag. Alright. Into the hallway we go. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet the hotel seems so busy. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. Me, personally? I would say fucking get shot by the firing squad there. Hey, city boy. Lana, you're still here? Reckon course? An investigation photographer eats and or starves on her ability to snap up a scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery, you know? Like something's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Wreck given. Photographers gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feet in the mouth, do you have mine? You bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Let's see. Oh, did we not give her the camera? I guess we just talked to her. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You're really, you're really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lauda, you were loitering in the hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes. Didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands. I had a soda pop with a few of them, too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in the hallway the whole time, either. I guess that means, this means, there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. Scandal. It's about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote. Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Angard shoving his manager lady into Kurita? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of Did she use her own name as a fucking random bull duders? Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I shrinking here? I'm a baby, my $1,600 baby. What's with the red coat prosecutor anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're the red coat's friend, ain't ya? So put in a few good words for me and get my back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see ya in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. I don't know how you... Little one? Something like that? Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. Make sure you do all your homework. You hear? Okay. If you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Would you please just leave it already? Lotta's fucking trying to con her out of fucking shit. Okay, let's see here. Mr. Nick, what is that outwardly ghastly moaning? I hate evil ghosts. What? I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me, what? Watch who you're calling a demon, brat. Ah! Zoinks! It's the alien! Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What is wrong with you young'uns today? A Mad Phoenix said zoinks. Zoinks, it's an alien. I came down here. Zoink scoops. I can't do the voice right now. Like Zoink scoops. There you go. I have to do the like part. There's sometimes to do a character, I have to first initiate a statement or a phrase in order to get the voice. Came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're serving me. I'm here to talk to you. Please talk to me about the night of the murder, just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by the fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with a imbecilic look on her face. Sorry. With the imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now, hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. Memories of Kurita. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Kurita. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my books. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. On Guard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at the mountain of presents. It's a show of It's a show of a mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pros? The presents. They're all bears, right? You got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. Presents. All Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out. Down by a river going, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. What a weird, did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. I'm Uncle Bear and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. Ugh, that startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second. Is that a glass of ketchup on the desk with the mirror? My ass is analyzing the room for the wrong reasons only. You're not entirely wrong. It's pretty much tomato juice. That's why there's the glass or the bottle of tomato juice, and then that's the glass, the wine glass that has tomato juice in it. Why tomato juice? Honestly, do not know. They decided on that, and that was it. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Tomato juice. The transceiver. It was not good. Hello, hello. There's not a phone. Maya, how is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I've heard the news. So it would seem my present did you no good. No, Mrs. Maya, Mrs. Maya. One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that I could have more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. And then a little. What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? Seems bad. Connect. Damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? Oh, excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden, it became nothing but static. Ah, Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? You probably have an, I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Alright. Move to look. Do 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 do. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice. Thanks. Adventure Band's Lecturer's full course meal. Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops. Look like you don't have a can opener, pal. You got to be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Oh, go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Present. Oh. The transceiver. Oh, the transceiver. Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about the thing. What thing? Oh, yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself. That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference. The amount of backtracking you have to do in this fucking shit. So what is the electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen. The stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Huh? Computer. It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV, and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy to be able to understand this. I mean, he is a detective. He has to have the brain, right, to actually be a detective. I just think sometimes he doesn't, like, look around too much. It's more like he's, like, going straight forward. But he doesn't look at like, other shit. That's why he sometimes gets, like, sidetracked or, like, gets confused with other things. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Ah. Speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Kurita's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bit of bugs. Sweeper? Yes. He's just like me for real. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Oh, wait, Gumshoe. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! We should get, be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go. Back to Kurita's room. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean, so yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need it. We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, this is a bug sweeper. Looks like a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh, by who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul. It'll work, trust me. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better isn't it better that way? Well, anyway, since I brought it all the way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. So this is a device or something or some other sort of bug hidden in the room, pal. So we're gonna find it, right? Sorry, anytime an emo appears on the screen is very funny to me. I don't know why now. Right? Now, first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough looky-see here, pal. Once you find something that is giving off off a lot of radio waves, press the A button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here what's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm going to go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug, got it? Alright. This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I have ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean? No, not yet, but the bear's eye is. Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got. No, you can't. Such a violent act. Oof. No. It's a miniature camera. It looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. What a what meter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? Camera. So this tiny thing is a camera. Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs out of battery, which comes with It runs out on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else. Somewhere else. The footage is changed into the radio waves and then it's sent to the recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. So what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time. Yep. Let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m. was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? If you think about the angle of the bear is at, Bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. So fair. So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Creator this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. Are we right back? Okay. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's possible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh, Sniffle. There's really no way to find out. I got it. What? Hey, pal. Let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going to go around to the electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Alright. Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! He's gone. Yeah. Mr. Scarf's detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most insufficient ways, right? Ah. You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. Completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera transmitter that Scatterbrain detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be brought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he really? Well, I guess so. 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. See you soon, right? Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question: who was the person that murdered Juan Correa? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Corrida's real killer, Miss Andrews, passed. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal from Mr. On Guard. And this card, showing the killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But, as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Alright. First half of the investigation is done. Save, yes. We did this in, like, about an hour. It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. Those things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. Let's see. Alright, the real killer. Well, the real person who killed Mr. Kurita was that assassin, Mr. Shelley the killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client? You mean, who asked for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever the client is, they're still a killer. You know, fucking... Pearl is like 8 years old, and she's fine with this shit. She is totally, like, okay with everything that's going on around her. And then the only thing that makes her cry would most likely just be anything that happens to Maya or anyone who's that important to her. So her mom, Phoenix, stuff like that. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. Madame Guard himself. If Mr. Angard really did hire the assassin, then he is not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Angard, right? I mean, when he first talked with him... did he kill... Alright, just so we're clear, dude, I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay? I didn't see any logs at the time. Actually, that reminds me. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. Like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Mr. Angard's secret. What is the secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Kurita was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Angard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Kurita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Angard. There's no way around it now. I guess. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret of Miss Kurita and Mr. Andrews' real intentions. Okay, yeah. Why aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? We're sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Okay. Hey, wait. What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's a bug sweeper, isn't it? Not the one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care, but the request came from Edgypoo, so that's worth. And he said, if you feel angry, direct your anger at down sophisticated lawyer. So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Oh, yeah. It's absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. And where it was, you know, was that catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean the thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita. I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was the obnoxious puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself as if it wouldn't want to see it for myself too. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. Know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good. But I didn't say anything. So, you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, so as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? The manager, that manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts. Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know? Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita? Really, you young kids today don't know anything to do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the suicide? Why would Miss Impacts want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night after Juan called off the wedding, the manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. That's all the information we're gonna get out of her, so moving on! On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. Guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Then we go to the criminal affairs department. Feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. On Guard's lawyer, right? Ah, yes, sir. Well, we finally found just a person we've been looking for, a real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the On Guard case? We're taking the witness statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edward. What's Edward up to now? Who is his witness? I think you know that this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edward wanted me to tell you something. He did. Even though visiting hours are long over in the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. What? I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. It's such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. We're going to detention center. Let's fucking go. Alright. So they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. That means that both Mr. On Guard and Miss Andrews are in the detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? We're going to start with On Guard for now. Okay. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Ezra just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Kurita was killed by an assassin and that the assassin clan is this man, not On Guard. What's wrong? Mr. On Guard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah. I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. Looked like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful and that it would destroy Matt's acting career. It had been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? And there you go, the start of it. Fucking Christ! I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Psylocke. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Juan and Adrian. Do you know about Mr. Kurita and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Kurita. Her mentor was Mr. Kurita's manager. And Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Celeste, does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea, like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off the topic and talk about something else, okay? If Pearls was to come up to me and be like, what's a pizza? And I'll be like, I'm gonna go buy you one right now. Let's go. Are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide note in some way? Okay, so this is everything we could get out of it. Just go here. It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at all the electronics store. Then I'll make sure some salad for him for dinner. Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe's doing for us. Mr. Nick? Yes? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've ever brought lettuce before. Oh, I guess I have to give up on making a salad, then. Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of the problem. Back, here we go. Now then, whose story am I gonna hear? Adrian Andrews. Oh, it's you. Sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. On Guard. Matt On Guard. I'd like to ask you about Matt On Guard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. On Guard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. Celeste Impacts. About Miss Celeste Impacts. I'd finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide, and it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to be spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I wanted to do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why frame him? Why did you try to frame Mr. On Guard? That's simple. Because he's the killer. That's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job. Quotes around there. So they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? One lock, okay. Okay. Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But... So I just heard Mr. Andrews say, revenge. Okay. Let's come to the fair department again. Oh, Miss Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers! What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. The decisive witness is Mr. Powers. I was talking with the detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh, they said my face and whole self in general looks suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you look suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? No, it's not. You're doing a good thing. It's about this testimony you're giving. What are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Oh, well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? Pearl, you are a blessing. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick, Mr. Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? Who's going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know? Ouch, I don't have a lot of friends, do I? You don't need a lot of friends, Phoenix. Just get that little group. And those are your bread and butter every day. Like me and the boys. He's going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know? Because he's got that refreshing like spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself. What? How horrible, that's unforgivable. Ow, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over you. His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? Ah, you see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image. But aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see? But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide. You mean Miss Impact's? We heard something about how her wedding was cancelled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thought about it a little the other day about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. So that's a suicide. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard that about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Corrito. Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Corrito by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough to for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. I need some water. My throat is dry. Soon I'll refill that shit. Mr. Ungard and Mr. Andrews are both at the detention center right now. And there's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Fucking goes in. Alright. Mr. Nick, your phone. Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office really soon. Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, Edgeworth. And we hurry up and get back to the office, pal. Hello, he got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away. And we should hurry. I'm scared to go back. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? You pull yourself together. Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow I doubt that. I might throw up later. Damn, imagine predicting a throw up. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edward couldn't stick around forever and had to go. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought the spy camera. I just at the sandwich I ate. My guy. This quickly. And this bear is what gave them away, pal. A bear. Figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But shh, Pearls. And go on. Well, one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? Matt on guard. Huh? Matt on guard, your client. That's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Alright. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. Receipt. That's all you have. Nah, it's not just a receipt, pal. The store clerk said it so himself. He told me I'm sure I sold that bear to Mr. On Guard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. On Guard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought that stuffed bear was on Mr. On Guard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. Okay. So what about the spy camera you found? Ah, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you for you to file away into evidence. Oh, fuck. Never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Carita's room was Matt on Guard. Why would Mr. On Guard do something like this? Bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Carita in one of their rendezvous. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him? Mr. On Guard, I mean? Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next. Scared of myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt On Guard, what in the world have you done? Time to go see our big boy client. There he is. You're working really late, you know? It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. Remember how wild this case was? This is a really good case. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Carita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me, huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Carita, especially on that night. Oh. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Carita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? Then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, what was the camera you're talking about hidden? This spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. Bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. Guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be? Mr. On Guard, don't you know that this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Ah, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. On Guard. If I didn't know how much you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. On Guard. It's from you. It's from when you brought the stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush. It's ivory. It's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew, elephant hair. Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, that store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes. You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is, of course. It would be strictly confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid the camera to Mr. Kurita's room and filmed it, the secret is... Oh, is this it? Okay. I was like, where is she? Mr. On Guard. Dude, how about you take that bear home with you and talk to it? I'm sure Mr. Bear will... What? Who did I present? Ah, fuck. My bad. I thought it was Adrian Andrews. Adrian Andrews. There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Kurita were having secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Kurita, you were going to reveal this as a fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can be such a moron, huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer, dude, that kind of scandal. That's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff, juicy. Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude. Too bad that it wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? Wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Kurita because of Miss Andrews. And there's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Kurita's room was... Present picture card. Oh. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. There's a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer. And I'm sure you know him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I finally starting to get to the truth. Can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matter on Guard. I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're a hero of justice, you're his client, you're a star. Since you're the one who set up the camera, That means you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt on guard. And here I was trying to be a good boy for you. A good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought. Anyway, Mr. On Guard, you really did hire. Hold on a sec, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. The real Matt on Guard is unveiled. This fucking guy. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on Guard. There you go. Matt's secret. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. So you are Shelly the Killer's client. You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands on this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the video camera and... Weakling soon believes the words of others, just like the pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone. Least of all, assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why? Yes, that's where the video comes in. I got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl? Motive for murder. Excuse me. Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corrida? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, then Mr. On Guard's secret would have... well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I have no interest in doing it really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me, and the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead. Let me tell you something, I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me. Matt on Guard. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown quite awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Mr. Juan Corrida. And you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking the cat nap in my room. You killed Mr. Corrida. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. But too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? But you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya. You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel. You told him, Phoenix. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Once said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course. Well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't you? Or don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? Now you finally found out. You already found it. The starting line of this case, Edgeworth. I don't care for the hard atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy? No, we can't do that. That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, whoa. 1 year ago, at the time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. That is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in the court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer, Mad on guard, that man is really, Doesn't matter who, every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. And that's the basis of our judicial system. Proper defense. But what exactly is that? Is it where the lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you, of all people, should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed in my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. And if I were to get on guard and an acquittal, that isn't proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong, huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. Why fight? People like you and Francisco von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is for her perfect win record, that's all. And, isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You were so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you were mistaken. What do you mean? Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. Realize that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Mr. Nick, the transceiver! I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. On Guard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. I am a man who hires an assassin. A man who hires an assassin is just as much as a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am. Yeah, this is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is why it's called client relations. That is what it's called, client relations, and it is part of my assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? You were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to do the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer. Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As the Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap. Ah, no! Now then, if you excuse me. If someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Mr. Maya! Mr. Maya! I don't know what to say. Edgewood, Did you hear that? At the end of the transmission. Oh, that. It sounded like a cat. A cat. It can't be. That cat, can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgewood, have all police units head to On Guard Mansion immediately. Alright. You hurry over as well, then. No lose hope yet, Pearl. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. Okay. Maya! Please answer us, missing Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. Can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and On Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Alright, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. Ah, I'm sure that's for a shoe. Do you think that this came through that little door? This door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking down doors by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Ah, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say that this is On Guard's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck if there's a tape. Oh, check inside the deck if there's a tape. It would be an important piece of evidence. We're lucky. It'll have the moment of the crime was committed recorded on it. Sorry, but tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. There's no mistake that someone used this to record something. Looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Oh, my bad. We searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. Looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste. Miss Impax? You mean... Yeah, Mr. Kurita's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. On Guard's mansion? And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's missing Maya. She left us a message. What? Alright. Glad you come, I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime back and not guilty, I'll never forgive you ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch over for this helpless lunk. Oh fuck, I didn't read the fucking last part of it. That's... I know! Mystic Maya! Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We searched the house and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth, yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. What is that? Major Andrews. Miss Andrews Psylocke. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I could stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. Think you know what you're thinking? I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open the last lock. Alright, takes us right away. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews. I've come to remove your Psylocke. Psylocke? Want to know. And you will tell me. Your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard for the murder? Already told you countless times, it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. On Guard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you were saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why. What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Celeste. There is only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impact and her suicide. Can you explain to me the relation between Celeste and Matt? My god, bro. This is a photo of Miss Impact, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impact's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this in Mr. On Guard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Why does that kill you? What? That's like a Japanese thing to do. They remove their shoes because I think the essence is that they're leaving their body and soul. When they commit suicide, that's the premise of what it is. But I don't know why that you focused on that out of everything. Why frame him? Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Kurita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes. Because of Matt. Because of Mr. On Guard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why, with love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? Wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. Then it was suddenly called off. On that night, Juan called their marriage off. Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see. So that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand it at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impacts. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's vicious misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing little, like a spring breeze image. In any case, when his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's just a word. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At the time, that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another, after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find a suicide note. And that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. But when I stabbed Juan's body with the knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. Shock! Just fucking Pearl, just going, That's all I have to say. Oh, Mr. Wright? Even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. Can't sleep either. Not with my situation or with what I know. To be continued. So we're gonna do this next week now. I am gonna finish this off. That took us almost 2 hours. That took us almost 2 hours. How did I get into this mess? It's a song that started the game. That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. It's how the game started! What have I done wrong? Cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title! I've had this dream before. Fuck! Stop skipping it. As if this day was written into my destiny. They I'll stand in court as lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. To prove a killer innocent. Oh, to prove a killer innocent. Alright, here we go. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? I'm gonna sleep now then, so good night, Ren. Have a good night, Sly. Hahaha, if you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Ugh. Now listen up, you better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? You get the creepy slime bag on not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix? Phoenix? Mia! Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, we're a lawyer. The worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here. Not anywhere. Sorry. Ah, this cursive round card again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Ah, Gumshoe, I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead. Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over. Until the verdict is handed down. We're going to do everything we can to find the killer. We can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if I found Maya first. If they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. After to make the trial last longer, if you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Alright. Okay. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, and proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. It is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, one creator was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who will hire the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt on guard. What is the present turn of events? I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that that everything Mr. Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can, at least until Maya's safe and sound. Wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution called the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay, I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him, in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about that when you went to Miss Angard's room. Okay, sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone at first. I thought it was the bellboy. Was the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Miss Angard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation, huh? A trap, can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? Hold it! You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do. So how did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. At first, what do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. Why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Prowse, only a few minutes ago, you stated... you know, it felt kind of weird. Something weird is mad as a bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about that tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. Okay. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? That's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. Wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much. Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Oh, well, how interesting. It certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typically fair for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people with things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all of my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment. Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edward. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the Killer. He is a person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. D. Killer, then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. If that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. There's no laughing matter. Alright. 2, 3, 4. So what exactly was out of place about him? Right. Why in Sigrid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? The bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange, too, wouldn't you? I agree. That is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? There's nothing strange or unusual about empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. But there really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I asked that the witness' previous statement be supplemented with a new one. Nice words. Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? See, very well. The court recognizes and grants the prosecutor's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for the bellboy to come out of the guest room empty-handed. Mr. Powers! Yes. You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, You got caught up in believing he must be true. But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... No, a baseball what? Oh no, a baseball glove has stitches too, or something? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what's on the top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. But can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at the time? Mr. Edgewood. Yes, I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Is there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy is empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? The bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves. Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, got to focus. I can't get lax here. Come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy was wearing black leather gloves. So, a football is made of leather? Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? Shut the fuck up, Phoenix! But that man, he received a large roll of cash from that defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. Okay, this is the next one. Their second meeting. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door. On Matt's door, and just like that, he gave something to the person inside the room. And then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Okay, so the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kind of saw all of that by accident. Some accident, I'd say you saw too much, and all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we, Mr. Wright? Your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. After leaving, oh yeah. So press the second statement. I said hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Ask about this something. Give something to this person. Yeah. What was this something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. It's an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please, try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next. Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing, Oh, my bad, I fucked up. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm. Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Well, we'd like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received this item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgewood, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. It is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... no. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. What was the point of the pregnant pause? Where did the objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. It's alright. If you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw was this item. Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt Ungar's mansion. At the defendant's mansion. Sorry. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Ungar's mansion would mean... it goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Ungard is the killer's client. I love how they made the body language of fucking Powers being in that room, like, oh, hello guys. It's the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment will sound. Actually, I figured the bear would cut him up. Not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgewood would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we have overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further? Power testimony, the person who received the bear. There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of. What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remember who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear. You got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure of it. Sure it was Nickel Samurai. Order. Looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in the little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And we all know Matt on guard is the Nickel Samurai. Oh, my glasses are like smudged weirdly. Gotta clean it now. Okay, there you go. One of the problems with having glasses, smudging your lenses a lot. It is annoying, but hey, that's what you do. Okay, thanks to the defense, we've made that all clear. What am I supposed to do now, Mia? Help! You don't have time to act lost. You got to find another angle to attack it from. You have to find another angle to attack it from. Your Honor, again, Mr. Wright. We already removed any of the all questionable errors of the testimony. It's about time you were removed from the court, Mr. Wright. And even one more little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? The bear itself. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright. This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh, I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There's no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken the bear home. Phew. Disaster averted. Fuck! You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. To escape. All the time with the killer. The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. While the killer was hiding the Ungard mansion as his butler. What a bold move! What? The bear figurine was brought back to Ungard's mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ungard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. It's too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? Oh. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client, who hired the assassin to commit the murder, was Mr. Matt Ungard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out like this way. After all, what Edward has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? Raise an objection. There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is to use one dirty trick. Your Honor. Right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at the Ungard's mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client. Yes. This is all you have. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews. Adrian Andrews. Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Ungard for the crime. By wearing the spare nickel samurai costume. Ah, then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw. That could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Ungard? You will please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding the figure at Mr. Ungard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edward, oh, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in this defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibilities either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone could tell. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. This is save Maya. This is save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is the one fight I can't give up now. I can't give up on. Order, order! All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edward. The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it's strange and wondered, why would the criminal want the little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did especially bring that bear to on guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. I'm sure that I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? Quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. Oh my god, this fucking page still goes. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. Prosecution will prepare the witness in the time. Yes, Your Honor. I need water. Okay. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Ah, I swear this demon will play. Or demon will pay. Mr. Nick, Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power. Mr. Nick, your phone is this. It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time. We just had one. Even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? It's all our hope for not. A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia? Looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya who called for you. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? Another one, pal. The very big circus. Maya's somewhere within the 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle at the map and about a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry. And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Oh, okay. What else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. I felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her. The old office building, good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die. Okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Or are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. What's good, girl? Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. Understand? Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before. That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear secret? All right. Why? Why does she? Okay. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is small cavity. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell. That it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes. No, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Okay. Elaborate puzzle. A puzzle. That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. So you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's five all over again. He's fucking with it. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? At the center is a small cavity. It's just enough room to store a small item. And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you. That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Swan. From Miss Andrews. Minutes to do your testimony. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or a jewelry box? Never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Okay. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact that we have uncovered, and that is, this bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. Next, what is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next, witness. Yes. You're the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence. All the eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. Don't think we need to guess what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's a suicide note. The suicide note. The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impacts. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impacts had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name onto this document. This is most definitely the note that she left right before she committed suicide. Order. Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going as at Mr. Edward's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. Can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. This voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impacts left us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by On Guard. About being engaged to Corrida and On Guard's role in destroying that. About how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impacts had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. On Guard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony, he was going to hold a press conference. My word! Mr. On Guard, above all else, Mr. On Guard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop the note from being made public at any cost. It's On Guard's fault that woman killed herself. This time, he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing it. How terrible! What a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend their case. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. D. Killer's client goal was to obtain this suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget what the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. Okay. Seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives are entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry. Suicide note or the figurine. Which one of these should I pursue? Two deadly. So she tells you that Edward has overlooked something. Overlooked what? Wait, hold up. You now have two deadly weapons in your possession, which, when asked which one to pursue, select either the figurine or the suicide note. This is one tiny thing that contradicts Edward's claims, and okay. You can choose either or. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get the killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt on guard's killed in order to obtain his note. Yes, that is correct. But it seems like a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Corrito until the night of the murder. If that's the case, I say that Matt on guard could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of that. I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I think of it that way. I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edward, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Fortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order, huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more to spare upon himself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? That spy camera was in my possession. Matt on guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went as far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Corrito, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt on guard. Order, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt on guard's fingerprints were on there. Well, Phoenix? Looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. On guard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey. Ami, is that man the bad killer? Shush. Stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so nasty. Phoenix? Yes, Chief. Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What I'm going to do next? Was running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edwards is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate. I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Real all of a sudden. Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is the piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I present the evidence? I have an objection, Your Honor. Well, that was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You are beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edward, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. That is, Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh, so, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. That's right. You can't seriously be... That's right. Are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. On Guard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this beer? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witnesses to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness testimony concerning the figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it to... Whoa. You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt On Guard. I did no such thing. Right. You're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake. Then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. You got caught. He got caught. Alright. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? It is as the defense has stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where the verdict is impossible. That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I don't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both of the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis. On Guard is guilty. Look at the idiot. He can't tell you. You look. I think we've reached the end of a line. Guilty, guilty, guilty. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What is it? What is with him and what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't for us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. That's right. Would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Mr. Edgeworth, please, you got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying. Mr. Wright, this is the court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. At this time, I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth. What is it, Mr. Wright? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. Well, wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. As the prosecution requests, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Right. Well, what's going on with my situation? The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. You can't find her in that time. Ugh. Report. Ah, is that Mr. Edgeworth? You don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. Looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in the rush to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. Rather things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items that, like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this thing. In my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. Pulling out all the stops. I'm running every red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Hey, guess who crashed? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. No one can stop. What happened? Sounded like he had an accident. Guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? You got to hurry and call for help. We have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why? Why did Gumshoe have to get in an accident now? Are there any ways to find out exactly where he is at this point? There is a way. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe through this. Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca. Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. No, my client is guilty. What I'm doing now? I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. Doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not. That can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. Probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Alright. We're finally up to the final half of this trial. Literally about an hour each for all this shit. Like for all like sections so far. This one's a little bit less, like maybe 10 minutes less, but still. Okay. Okay. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impact herself. It is a fake. Order, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impact, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis, however. It appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita. Mr. Carita? Well. Looks like Miss Impacts never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about on guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so that the fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. The theory that On Guard had no idea of the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Defense believes that the theory of the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known it was a fake. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Oh, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edward, earlier you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. On Guard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ah! Okay, then the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. Prosecution theory as to what Mr. On Guard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. On Guard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edward. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Ugh. Mr. Edward, looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured. As I figured, it came down to all this after all. Mr. Edward, you were not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution cannot prove Mr. On Guard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at the time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. As we're stuttering, this is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edward? The witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? That's impossible. No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edward, who is this witness? Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley the Killer. Oh, Mr. the Killer. What? Wait, Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? Or, I mean, the assassin. Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here, to the witness stand. Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes, is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer. I'm a professional assassin. I see. What is going on here? Your Honor, how can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. D. Killer will testify to this court. This must be what the urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure that this is really Mr. D. Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley the Killer. Understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya! A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly the killer. Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under the circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. It was all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. It's all a bad dream. Shelly the killer. What is he going to say? About my client. There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between the client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by his by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his client and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine this witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Alright. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. That is my first. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the D-Killer name as so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did, yes, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly. That's enough. Please, no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. Then press the third. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? Oh, no, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. Backtrack and press the second statement again. Just between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about my carry out. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with the client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. You can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value the trust over all else. I believe we have, right? Excellent. And that is the reason I am here today. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. You can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida? The person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client. It is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. D. Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back. I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. D. Killer told him a different name. Man on guard, perhaps. I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You, Charlie the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow, all of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is the possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definite of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. D. Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt on guard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion. Call me when you have reached a verdict. But please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. When now? With the way this is going, on guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer's lying. And on guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this way? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Surely the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews. The suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was all a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. D. Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, this is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and and button donning the Nickel Samurai costume. But that's you even had a motive. You knew that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who were her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No, Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please. Help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Request the trial to continue. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept the not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt on guard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take the verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him. Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. D. Killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right? But, the witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at, and I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edward, please re-establish connection with Mr. D. Killer. Right away, Your Honor. Boop boo doo doo doo. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about usually done? But what shall we have him testify about? Mr. D. Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people are in your procedures. It isn't any wonder no one likes to go to court. As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another further of the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. And even more appalling is that creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is the most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edward? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. You scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. Right? 5th statement, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. D. Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how do you know that? From the wine glass, Your Honor. The glass. Mr. D. Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why the glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point, Mr. Edward. What is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes. Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what you were up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edward, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Okay. The request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. Press third statement. Press further. It was not important. It is very important. Wait, what? Okay, never mind. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Okay. 2, 3. So, you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with a brief pause? Press further. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Only gain trust when he looks the clients into the eye. When asked if it was important, say it was not important. Okay. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust a person as a client. It's true that what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of an important? It was very important. Alright. Ever heard what I think I heard just now? Then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I can trust this person. I can trust this person as my client. Haha, Shelly, you fool! I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at the time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelly the killer? You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you have ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh! Order in the court, Mr. Wright. What is the meaning of this? The witness testified to the following: that he always meets face to face with his clients when taking their requests, but he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. D. Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Mr. Edgewood, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it was to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. D. Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Chili the Killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up the client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's trying to spit it out more lies. Very well, but this time, please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Okay. Yes, now I remember. I took the request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. I saw the name at the end of the letter. I thought my client to be a man. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, so you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Third statement. Two or 3 other things. Yes. And what were those? What were these other things? A few of the things that I have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with it? It would be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and got him mad. Further, whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber, and should you turn out to be one... Wait. Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck, alright? I shouldn't press my luck, alright? I shouldn't press my luck, alright? I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Press further. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what the other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine. After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was the figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include that in your stated testimony, as you wish. One of these was to find a bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews. Present either the figurine or Celeste's suicide note. Shelley the Killer, if you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside of it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Mrs. Andrews' testimony, and I was going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order. So, that's where you two were going. So, by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle, which means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Agent Andrews to be the client. Oh! Okay. Mr. Phoenix, Wright? I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please, gentlemen, ladies. Please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please, not that. Please, wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Ugh. Ah! Oh, okay. What in the Mr. Wright, are you... Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should... Edward, we can't do this. We keep this up, Maya Shield. The prosecution, let us come over, everyone. Even you are. Prosecution, rest. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Okay, hold on, we'll see. Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation, and the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. That is the case, then, even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. D. Killer's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelly D. Killer's client is Adrian Andrews. Yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matt on Guard, would be declared innocent, and in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder. We've got no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant Matt on Guard to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. Can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as truly innocent or a good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Huh. So, guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Arden Guard. What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Alright, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? Better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. If I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as a murderer. If I say he's guilty or not guilty, the choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright. Okay. Let's hear the defense final statement on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt on Guard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt on Guard, is... Oh, shit. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt on Guard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt on Guard is... Objection! She's here! Franziska von Karma! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces. Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. A Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here to perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine. And his injuries are all minor. And all the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. Apologize for his ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard for this whole trial, all for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? Okay. This trial's already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, if it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. These items do not bring up any new points, and they will not be accepted to this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, will you please? These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor, the killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Don't one the evidence we're about to see. It'll be something that will turn the whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol... Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Okay, so yeah, add all these. Does the pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistic test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I got the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of a memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. That's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. It's probably not going to help us very much. Second piece of evidence is the videotape. What the killer took... Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it. That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man. Okay. The bellboy's uniform. That's the uniform from the Gatewater Hotel. Question for more details. What was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of... Oh. There was even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. Excuse me. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform. Now, what is that? There's a button missing on this uniform. A button. It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. Just as I thought. And? What is that, Your Honor? I'm sure we were under normal circumstances. These items from Shelly the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Carmel. You may step down now. Okay. Wait, Your Honor. Okay. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful, absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? This is the end. Phoenix, I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far, you can't give up now. But, no matter how you think about it, it's... Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2. The first... Make On Guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If On Guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostages go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were to no longer think On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know, both of these seem like impossible feats at first. But if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. Problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what he has always worked for us? The other side. Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. Defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence, and that is how we have come to know the truth. But there's one person who has yet to see them. That person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about a miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce the verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Okay. Then you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. Please show your evidence to who you think that is the right person. That's impossible to turn the situation around in one try. One try, that is all I will permit. You have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix. Think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking it on guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? I already saved, so I'm good. I see. And now, tell this court, what one piece of evidence would you like to show to this person? Okay. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to the witness, to that witness. Willis, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright. Looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you were on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt on guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to blackmail on you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling, I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, and come now, Mr. Wright, assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley DeColor? Oh-ho! Okay. Looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for you, the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. And what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the D-Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes D-Killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes. My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item. Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. There you go. We did it. Oh, man. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I don't quite know what just happened there with the client, and Miss Von Karma, where did that? She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. He's panicking now. Mr. On Guard! Looks like somehow you've got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, our very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watched this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright? You have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief? Guilty! Not on guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self get guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it, you can't run away from your crime anymore. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out as much in this. Mr. Edward, how is Matt on guard? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whipped leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edward really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he said. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, then that is of no concern to me. This fucking quote is so hardcore. Like, damn, bro. Like, Edward, relax. But after that, when I was alone in the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Oh, she has a cute smile. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. but everyone seems to be in good spirits. That is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. Can't count the evidence to help me on the warrant. Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. I guess. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in the patrol car. Mr. Maya's safe. You did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Wah. Thanks. Oh, what's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier, thanks. Ah! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed, and yet you are still happy. I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time after all I was. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth. For my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. Couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. But I left the prosecutor's office. I love that no prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well as you should have. Prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into the hole and die. That was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was the moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. Truth will always find a way to make it itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. We will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you? Right? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. So I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool. Miss Von Karma. I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of the disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Richard, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Francisca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track down Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? Okay. I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Maya! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. Is that really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're alright. Hey, looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick. Food. Grub. Chow. I'm starved. I'm so hungry even you look like a nice juicy burger on the bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case, messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food! Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole, of all things. Telephone pole. And it wasn't a red light that got him. Did it again, city boy. Felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Jesus. Yeah, I was more excited than the very last episode of the Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now look here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight, even. I'll keep that in mind. Come on now, everyone's gather around. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by the genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta brought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put the messy case behind us now. Come on. Tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the only one who saved the day, detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. Oh, the 4th item? Ah, come on, y'all, it's over. Ooh, boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? Haha, you think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where he went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Ah, it sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edward? The thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgewood, you haven't even eaten anything yet. You've eaten way too much for you, gluten. I had fun tonight. Now if you excuse me. Wait, what? I just want to say thanks, Edgewood. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you, too. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Looks like Mr. Edgewood has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya. Yes, Pearly. I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway. So who's paying for this lovely dinner tonight party? As if you need to ask, everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kind of already put your name on the bill. Huh? Yeah, I got me in a situation just like that myself. There's a camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for $3,000. Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it was on your tab and all. What? Isn't that great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Anyways, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out. It is going to be the first time I hear the real one. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then, if you say so. And there you go. The ending to fucking Phoenix Wright. Trials... No. Justice for all. This is Justice for all. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find me. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? Feel like a pro. Woo! Replaying this game entirely wasn't too incredibly bad. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick, and I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case. Nice. Next one is Trials and Tribulations. The best out of the 3. Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgewood had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I already said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. The only way to live, pal. 4 hours for these last sections. It's funny, because it's like, the investigation is 2 parts. 1 hour each. Then the trial is 2 parts. 1 hour each. I'm Maggie Bride, and retiring. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. Oh, yeah, she becomes a waitress. Bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. Hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. She becomes a waitress in the next game. You actually get to see her. Whew. This game, man. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Hottie. Recently? Yes. That girl, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I even laid so much as an eye on her, I would go crack. Didn't matter if I got whipped though. Yes. It's time to begin our quest of our world circuit and let the world know we are serious and plan to make the fabulous fight. Hey Max, what do you think your Zimbabwe is? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at most jokes. I already have the guide up for fucking the Justice for All game. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fail on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls are represents. We've got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. The song is nice. I like the song. What's this? Drat. It's just an ordinary electric razor. Can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? But it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means that I must have been... Blah, blah. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about... They wouldn't forget me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me... Oh, she's going on a tangent. Sorry, I haven't been ringing. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. It's become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with whatever. Gate 12. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat. For example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things. It seems he put that last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be a Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure, such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right, you knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl who you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. Oh yeah, I guess I never really went in depth with that. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews. You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me. After I had left you behind all these years. That's why you're standing here now, side by side. But, I have no intention of stopping. You say you were going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path. Then this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma. Aw, I forgot she does make this face. I am Francisca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. You had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. She has a cute side! Let's fucking go! Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. I don't know if she comes in the later games. I don't even remember if she's in the third game. Yep. There you go. That's the ending of Justice for All. Next week, the start of Trials and Tribulations. I'm actually literally excited to do this one because, if I'm correct of how this is organized, there are 5 entire trials, or 5 episodes. 2 of the episodes are just trials itself, so it's like I wonder how that's gonna be organized in a sense. But yeah, and then after this is completely blind. Like I'm gonna be completely blind to everything that's gonna come up. But yeah, I can't wait for the next week. Anyone who's still currently watching, always appreciate your attention. Anyone's lurking, always appreciate the lurkers as well. Anyone's dropped by, appreciate. But I'm gonna call it a stream. Good little session, or good session in general. And next week on Thursday, I'm just reiterating what the schedule is. Thursday we're doing Mario Kart. Maybe. Big emphasis on maybe, because I don't truly know. Friday, continue Disgaea, finally. And then Saturday, Phoenix Wright, Trials and Tribulations. Let's fucking go. That's about it. But that's good. And then we're literally gotta get into the next games where I'm gonna be blind for sure, like 100%. Well, other than that, yep. I we'll see you guys next week. Bye, Johnny.